Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
The Keshe Foundation is it's been established to look after all the interests of whatever is developed by me, and all the developments of the present and the future will belong to the foundation. And the Keshe Foundation is based in Holland, and it's been set up in the past 5 years for mainly to protect the intellectual rights and the financial rights of all the inventions and the patents and any literature which is written about the development of the space technology by Keshe Foundation or by me as a person, and whatever will be developed in the future within the Keshe Foundation. Oh, we developed a lot of things. It is some 40 odd years of research and development. We have changed the course of the space technology, where we have made the use of the propulsion obsolete. There is no need for burning fuel the way it's done with the rocket propulsion. We don't see such a thing in the universe. And then we have developed, or we are in the process of developing, one unified medical application, which means one system to see that it can treat all sorts of diseases, cancer, FMS, MS, and all sorts of kind of things. The other side is the development of the materials. We have developed totally new materials unknown, like CO2 in a solid state at room temperature. And other hand is the development of new energy systems, where you can produce as much energy as you need on demand with a very simple system, where it makes the human race independent of burning fuels. And all these things.
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for December 29th, 2024. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Gork, and along with each one of the participants. As I like to say, this is a roundtable affair. We all have microphones. All the souls are equal. So if anyone wants to contribute something that has happened to them or a question they're having trouble with, not guaranteeing we can answer it fully, but we will certainly try. And as I said before we started, if anyone does have anything that they'd like to bring, please feel free to bring it into the public or share it with the others if that's your desire. Before we go any further and explore the 570 Knowledge Seekers Workshop and some of the other developments in and around the Keshe Foundation, let us move to the World Peace Treaty, which again, a very simple but yet profound document that you will find at the Keshe Foundation website, Keshe.Foundation, and in other places. I was interested to see if I could find it on any websites, and if you put, or any search engines, if you put in the Keshe World Peace Treaty, it certainly came up on a couple of the ones that I was investigating. But this is part of the ethos of the Keshe Foundation, and of course, at this holiday season, the time of the bringing of the light, or the increase of the light per day, I think this is part of the enlightenment and part of the ethos of the Keshe Foundation, this soul called Mitra, and the ethos of Mitra was the thinking, speaking, and acting good. And this is another part, I think, of that ethos, which is what we're calling the World Peace Treaty. And again, a very simple but yet profound document which world leaders will sign. I think they're getting sort of prepared for it now. As Mr. Keshe said, I believe in the last workshop, the Vatican and others are sort of working things out in the background, because if you're reading the scripts correctly, apparently this is the year of the Mekti, or the promised one. But we'll get more into that as we go along. And as I said, if anyone feels they'd like to contribute, please just open your mic and come right in. So this is our World Peace Treaty. You can share it with others, but really it's the greater of the struggles. They talk about struggles or efforts, the greater effort being to create the improvement within yourself, and the lesser is the improvement in the community. But I think the Keshe Foundation is actually doing both and exposing us to both, how we can not only elevate our own understanding and our own souls, but also elevate the others in the larger community, whether it's your town, your village, your state, your country, or the planet, or even in the Unicos. As we know, we don't know any limitations. So I'll read it as I usually do. Again, we're just reconfirming a part of the ethos of the Keshe Foundation, which, again, this is a peaceful technology. It's a technology to take us into space. And of course, it affects everything from energy to agriculture, to wellness, to space travel, and every offshoot and combination thereof you can think of. But this World Peace Treaty is between you and your soul. And if you're not sure, because there's been a concerted effort to keep you from finding your soul, I'm sure you can ask any knowledge seeker, and they can sort of point it out to you rather quickly. I'll just give you a clue: behind the eyes and between the ears. This is where this little chap is located, the power of a star. And it was so beautiful to hear Mr. Keshe say that we're all star seeds, from the creation of the soul to its maturity as a star, and perhaps even a unicos or universe. Again, there's so much to understand about this knowledge, and I probably understand about 1 grain of all the grains of sand on this planet. But we're continuing to grow into the knowledge. All of us are, just at different speeds and strength. So the World Peace Treaty, we, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war, or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, whether it's for your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, or it's for a body or a soul. Simply put your name and signature, again, on behalf of your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, or as an individual. Have it witnessed, and of course, after signing this treaty, be proud to display the certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And as we know, the Creator shows himself in trillions of faces, not only on this planet, but across the entire universe. So as we understand, everything has come from that single ray of the Creator, and it's interacted with itself and its environment and created many, many different types of creation. Again, this all didn't happen as a big bang, but I think it happened as a division, a continual division of the neutron splitting into electron and proton and continuing along in that sort of format. I see we've have a few other people who've joined us, and again, we're just reading the World Peace Treaty, a document you can find at the Keshe Foundation. And by displaying this, again, you may elevate others to say, or to see, or to feel that there's other entities on this planet that wish for peace. And this is, in a way, a strengthening, helping others to, by displaying it, and again, displaying it in the matter state is one thing, but displaying it in the ethos of your behavior, your thinking, your speaking, and your talking, I think probably states more than putting this up on the wall. But either way, again, we're just opening up new dimensions for people who have an interest in knowledge, as they refer to us as knowledge seekers. And of course, this is the place where I'm calling it the University of the Universe knowledge, universal knowledge. And of course, it's not me, it's the Keshe Foundation who's sharing this deep, and specifically Mr. Keshe as a universal messenger. Anyone want to add anything to what I've said? And as I indicated earlier, if you've made a breakthrough in the recent period, or you'd like to share something that you've discovered, or you feel it's important, you've had some sort of epiphany in different ways, or something's come to you as a realization, maybe you're falling deeper in love with the knowledge, maybe you're realizing how deep this knowledge goes. And as we can see from what Mr. Keshe is describing in the Keshe Foundation store and the products that are offered, this is certainly a huge development in what we've referred to as alien technology. And I think we may have some of that flying around in the atmosphere of this planet, at least in certain positions and places. But I know the Keshe Foundation will be making a statement on some of these unidentified aerial phenomena that many of us have been seeing. I even saw a short, not a clip, but I looked out my eastern window and happened to see a couple. I'm sure they were 20 miles away, but I've seen things like this in the past. But to me, it was helicopters over maybe a highway for accident crash. But again, very strange that they stay in the same. I probably watched it 5 or 7 minutes. There were actually two of them where two major intersections interact within my state. And they had some blinking lights on them. Obviously, I was maybe 10 or 20 miles away, could not see clearly what they were, but they certainly stayed in position. So there's many things that are going to be, I think, revealed, and we're finding out more and more. I think a number of the incoming people into this administration have been briefed on this, and I know the foundation will make a statement in the coming time when, I guess, given permission to do so. I remember Mr. Keshe saying that before the election in the United States, that both candidates were aware of this technology. As we know, Trump is very familiar, I think, with the Keshe, and of course from his uncle, familiar with this technology. But depending on who won, they wanted to be the one to make the announcement of a new sort of technology coming in. And are we getting prepared for this? Is this as part of what's going to be revealed, or is this some sort of other sort of operation that's taking place? We'll have to see. But as Mr. Keshe said in that statement, he said, we know exactly how they're doing what they're doing. It's up to the governments if they want to find out what's actually going on. So I think there'll be some interesting times coming. Let's just go back to, not go back to, but I thought before we go into the store, I wanted to review some products in the store. But before we do that, this is the Keshe Foundation is our spaceship program where you can find a lot of the, let me just make sure we're properly sharing that. And this is from the video I just played. Obviously, you can see it's 2 hours long. I've played 2 minutes of it. And again, an overview from about 2011, actually September 2011, where Mr. Keshe came on and gave an interview. But now we see if the technology was 40 years in development at that point in time, it's certainly 50 years in development or more now. So you can hear what had taken place back then, and we can hear a little bit today of what's taking place. But this is one of the YouTube channels where you can spend many, many, many hours, days and nights, and playlists and videos. And on the homepage, you can see some of the previous programs in Turkish or One Planet, One Nation, One Race. So this is one of the channels. Another channel is what they call Vimeo, and we do broadcast to Vimeo on a regular basis. And you can find the archives of the Keshe Foundation, the Knowledge Seekers Workshop, the One Planet, One Nation, One Race, the Reactor Group, public meetings for testimonials, and much more. So this is another resource for you to tap into. As Mr. Keshe said, this is all about you finding out more about yourself, not so much others. And then, of course, this is something from the Plasma Times. You can look, this article is part of the KF Plasma Times. Every time we change screens, I need to be sure with this new setup we're sharing properly. But again, you are a galaxy. You are that soul that's maturing into a star, creating its solar system, perhaps even a galaxy, depending on your strength. Or as the sun collapses, maybe those energies become to go into a much larger structure. So this is another point where you can, if I was just to go back, you can see in this one issue of the KF Plasma Times, perhaps it'll be reinvigorated in the coming time, but many, many beautiful articles within here, articles and words and phrases and definitions that you may not be familiar, because part of our work is to not only introduce a new science and not only introduce a new ethos, but introduce a new language to this planet. And I know as I work with Dr. Gatwa in Kenya, he has done many of the same things. Many of the words that are used in the Keshe Foundation are not found in the Gikuyu language. So he's added 20 or 30 new words, and I think we'll see this across the planet again. And I think there's many other words, as Mr. Keshe said, the new emotions and new materials that we're going to realize are there. Of course, they've always been there. It's just will be new for us. But this is another. And where else can you can also go to the Keshe Dot Foundation for another main website and so on. But then we have the Keshe Foundation store. Let's see, there's also a teaching channel. Let's see, these are the Knowledge Seekers Workshop. There's also a Keshe Foundation wiki, which you can also, this is one of the newer channels which will be used for teaching. There's an introduction video here. Make sure we're sharing this properly. Yes. Okay. And again, you can explore more about this universal knowledge in so many different ways. This channel was just launched in the probably past 60 or 90 days, and so more and more videos will be added to it. But between the Keshe Foundation, the Wikipedia, KF Wikipedia, the Plasma Times, the other websites, there's more than enough knowledge and sharing for you to become much, much more enlightened. As we understand, the man's knowledge has not reached, the collectiveness of man's knowledge has not reached that one proverbial grain of all the grains on this planet. So you can see there's quite a bit of knowledge to absorb. But as we know, the Keshe Foundation can teach you as much as you can absorb. So those are some of the channels within the Keshe Foundation. Any thoughts, any questions, or any experiences or something you may have had that you'd like to share with the others before we go to the Keshe Foundation store? Okay, yes, this is part of the wellness. And I'd just like to share a couple of things. And of course, this is where the real meat and potatoes is, I think, in the Keshe Foundation. As we know, we're knowledge seekers and we're sort of cheerleading on the Keshe Foundation, supporting with our energies, but some of the systems that are being offered in the star are sort of past our understanding of the technology at this point, or as Mr. Keshe likes to say, some of these things were not mature enough to be able to create ourselves at this point. And I'll just mention a couple things. What's happening here is a monthly program where you can enter into helping to keep the Keshe Foundation free. For first and foremost, I would say, these transmutation tests are something you enter into. It's a period of quite a bit of silence with a brief instruction at the beginning and a thank you at the end, but this is helping the Keshe Foundation team to understand more of the technologies and continue further development. As Mr. Keshe said, he didn't want to tie his hands going out and looking for billions of dollars in funding. And then, of course, you become wedded to that funding, and probably the outcomes of that research will be heavily scrutinized and perhaps changed and so on and so forth. So this is one of the ways of keeping the Keshe Foundation free for humanity. And if I was to go back, so each transmutation, I think the next transmutation test, as it says here, is January 17th, 2025. And of course, depending on what part of the world you're in, it happens at a different time. Now, I thought I'd go down and share something about the Ganses. This is the one I've been playing with. Each one is $99, I think, and one is a fruity one is an herbal one is a vegetable one, and one is a protein one, or what they're calling red. Now, what I've been doing, and again, I'm just experimenting with these. I know in one of the sessions he said if you had these, or if you had a piece of fruit, hold it in your right hand. And of course, we always heard that the left hand is the receiver and the right hand is the giver. But I've been playing with these, starting with the fruity one. So at breakfast, I imagine I'm having a bowl of fruit, pineapples or whatever sort of fruit, maybe a mixed bowl with a few cherries, some pineapple, maybe an orange, maybe some melons in it. So I'm holding this in my hand for 30 minutes in the morning. So when you take the morning, noon, and night, that's a total of 90 minutes holding it in the hand. But this is for breakfast. In the lunchtime, that's why I was joking with Randy. I said I was still holding on to my lunch when the meeting started, because about the last 30 minutes before the meeting, I was holding on to the herbal one. And the herbal one, I'm imagining a Mediterranean salad. For some reason, something said you'd like to have a Mediterranean salad. And I said, I've never had a Mediterranean salad. So I looked it up, and this is what I'm imagining at lunchtime for 30 minutes. It's a little bit awkward in a way, holding it in your right hand, because since I'm right-handed, that means if I want to do anything, I have to use my left hand. But of course, that's creating all new fields as well. So lunchtime comes. I'm holding the herbal one in my hand. I'm imagining the Mediterranean salad. Anyone want to tell me what's in a Mediterranean salad or a version of Mediterranean salad? Because I wasn't really familiar with that. But something led me to imagine having a Mediterranean salad. So I looked it up, and of course, there's feta cheese in it. There's certain kind of olives, again, from the Mediterranean area. There's seedless cucumbers where you can have the skin. I think you see the cucumber right there, don't you? I just noticed that now for the first time. All diced up in a way. And there's some very beautiful pictures of Mediterranean salad. And then, of course, a can of chickpeas, which probably adds protein into it, some sort of legume. And a lettuce chopped up, and a few other things. I guess you can add other things, and then drizzled with a lemon herbal sort of with a little oregano and some, let's say, garlic flavoring in the lemon dressing. And I haven't made it yet. I'm going to make it at one point in time. But right now, I'm just imagining I am having this sort of salad from the herbs that I'm holding in the herb Nutrigants, which I'm holding in my hands for 30 minutes, my right hand specifically. And then at night, I'm going just to the one that's called red, which is the protein. And I'm sure it doesn't look like red meat, but I think there's red means the type of protein you'd get from a lamb or perhaps a cow or perhaps a chicken. And just to go back to the Mediterranean salad, if you'd like to add a little bit more protein to it, you can also add in maybe a few shrimps or a few pieces of chicken or something along that line into your salad. But again, I'm all doing this in the energy dimension. And then at night, the protein. So that's what I've been practicing. There's one more vial, which is called the veggie vial. Last night, I had the protein, and I also waited a little while, and then I held the veggie product in my hand. And again, it's amazing. I'm feeling like I don't need to eat, but I am still eating almost out of a need of I want to eat in a way. And of course, I don't want my mass per se to lose its size in so many ways. I don't want to walk around as a toothpick. And as we know, with the material enhancement systems we saw in Linz, we could see that one could be just as heavy as the other without changing its mass. So we're just playing with this. And again, 90 minutes a day is not a lot of time. And perhaps it needs time for fields to build up, to interact, or as he said, energies come in the right part of the brain, get transferred to the soul, from the soul to the left part of the brain, and from the left part of the brain in the physicality. Now, that was on the drawing that he did in that workshop. So, but I'm just playing with it. And the first day when I used it, I took the Cosmic Ray bundle and I taped one of these vials onto the top of it and held onto it for 30 minutes. And I didn't really see any difference, but that may be my next step in playing with these interaction of fields, is to either hold it in my left hand. And of course, while I'm holding these vials, I'm also using my intention, attention, and creating the emotions that I will have an outcome that I'm successful with. I know Gianni likes to use that word intention, attention, and emotion. And then I was hearing this other remote viewer saying intention, attention, and an emotion which creates the condition of the outcome that you'd like to see. So again, this is new for me. I feel confident in receiving this type of GANs from the Keshe Foundation instead of, I have made some food GANs myself, but I didn't really feel completely, let's say, the same way I'm feeling using these products. But again, it's just in the early stages. And as I said, I'll either, for the next week, I'll probably hold it in my left hand and see if there's any difference, or I'll tape one at a time onto the Cosmic Ray bundle, and I'll just wear the headphones for 30 minutes, and that way I can use my right and left hand. So that's just one of the things we're doing. And of course, another product within the store are these Cosmic Ray communication units, which is what they call the Cosmic Ray Communication Bundle, which I've been using in conjunction with another knowledge seeker, and we're trying to connect, but we're only spending about 5 minutes a day. I know there's a number of people with these Cosmic Ray bundles, and but I don't know who they all are. I think I know one or two other people, but we haven't invited them to participate, or maybe we're just setting this up. But so far, in about 14 days, I haven't made any solid connections, But again, it's something you have to practice with and get used to. I would imagine if I took a 5-minute tennis lesson every day, it would take me quite a bit of time to become quite proficient in tennis based on all the aspects and the knowledge needed to bring a good game of tennis. So again, we're just testing, and of course, we'll write back to the Keshe Foundation. So that's another one of the products we've been sort of experimenting with. And maybe Mr. Keshe needs to, as he said, you need to practice with these, but we also need to be taught how to use them, as he said he would, or how to trigger them, perhaps. Since it's in your right hand, then you can be sending it to the hungry ones who need it. Yes, there's no question about it. But I need to feed my own structure as well as sending it, but certainly that can be done. I know it can be done. And I know the Keshe Foundation said they can set up systems around disaster areas. And even your area, Carolyn, was, I know Mr. Keshe said, if the government had contacted us, and there's probably still a need, if you'd like to address it, please feel free to. But if the U.S. government was to contact the Keshe Foundation, that they certainly would support in that endeavor of feeding, of emotional balancing, of antibiotics probably, and perhaps even pain medication, as was done in the Gaza situation, which, as I understand, was quite successful, and will be used when other sort of disasters come about. So if you'd like to add anything, or anyone want to add anything at this point. So this is what we're playing with. Another thing that I found was the magnesium plates, and they're 99, I think 0.9% pure. I found a lot of them, but they were sort of alloys and other things. So I found, and that's not the only way to do it, but I'm going to replicate what John Bliven wrote in his paper. I think that's again in the Keshe Foundation wiki. You can find that on how to make a magnesium GANs, or perhaps I'll save that for Dr. Gatoa's class, which is coming up, which will become more interactive. And then spread those number of bottles around the house. And even though it's a pretty peaceful condition, I would say, maybe I'll notice something, but I know it was indicated that it would take 3 to 6 months to see the change, but there's many tests that they've done with this before, and it's quite successful. And perhaps it'll actually get added into, if there's a new Cup of Life 1 or something we can add to the Cup of Life 1. I know we did add some calcium and magnesium in the past when there was a variant there, but there may be some new cups coming up to handle any future sort of scourges, let's say, on humanity. But there's many products in the store for you to explore. For example, we have this comprehensive universal plasma coverage. Now, a lot of people say that in their specific country, things get blocked at the customs office or they're returned. So if you have funds and you'd like to support the Keshe Foundation in this manner, you can sign up for a comprehensive wellness sort of insurance program. There's a wellness for prevention, enhancement, and recovery. There's also a nourishment program, partial or full. There is a energy program for physical energy or power and lighting. And there is number 4 is the comprehensive transmutation. And let's see, the comprehensive communication facilities, comprehensive leisure. I don't know how many of these are actually in place, but it does say, it used to say on there out of stock, but it does say right now limited availability. So there must have been something that was developed. For a number of months it was saying out of stock. Let's see, magnesium GANs production and uses by John Bliven, KF Plasma Times. Yes, thank you very much, Randy. So I'm going to try to replicate that process and make a simple GANs. And of course, Mr. Keshe thanked all the knowledge seekers for the GANSes that they made and the simple systems that they made. I think a lot of people that were observing, perhaps in the background, the Keshe Foundation realizes that breakthroughs are coming among the knowledge seekers, but huge breakthroughs are already been developed within the Keshe Foundation, as we'll hear a little bit in this coming up workshop. So there's many products to choose from. Again, he talked about these headphones, what they're calling cosmic ray Twinity MagRav systems. Let's just see if we can find that. Or the Soul Connection unit. Yeah, here it is. This is the Soul Connect. And then he's talking about the Soul Connect 2 with multiple headphones. And then also Cosmic Ray Twinity MagRav systems. And this is what he also has said. People who have ordered the cosmic ray material, which is again beyond the scope of anyone sort of making that and understanding how to convert it, could be, upon your permission, embedded into the base unit or into the headphone unit of the new Cosmic Ray Twinity MagRav and Cosmic Ray Soul Connect, of course, with your permission. But he said this would open up a whole new dimension. I know we talked about holding these spheres in your hand. I don't have any on order, but others do. But this was the latest twist on it. If you want it delivered in the case that it comes in, I guess the beautiful display that we saw, but it can also be embedded within the structures of the new headphones. And as he said, the headphones have been developed. It's it's a deep, deep understanding of what I don't even think we've understood the full knowledge of the capacities. I know he's even said that about the team in the past, that they haven't even understood a huge percentage of what they're doing with this knowledge. But again, the offers are here. You can use, let's say, advanced space alien technology, if you want to call it. I mean, who could not call a system where you could feed yourself without eating not an alien technology, or not something that we'll be using in this new sort of space program? And that's basically what it's for. Yes, we'll feed people on this planet, but when you go on long excursions in the universe, in the energy dimension, you still need to be fed. I think the soul of physicality also needs to be fed. And this is the way it's going to be accomplished, in a way, tethered to a system perhaps here, or until we fully learn the giving and taking of energies. Anyone want to make any comments on this? Or any products in the store you've gotten? Even these little crocheted items are quite interesting. They're one of the least expensive. And I think it says on the instructions, you'll feel the beautiful emotions arise up within yourself from your own structure as you hold these little sort of crocheted items. And that's just another small product. So again, you can always, you want to support the Keshe Foundation, you can always make a direct donation if you're having trouble receiving items. You can sign up to be a satellite soul, which again, you'd have to get funds to the Keshe Foundation. You can sign up for the insurance program, as we said, nothing you'll get. You can also order a Keshe coin and support the foundation. You won't actually get the coin, but you'll be registered, and there'll be a 3% guaranteed return on that coin, as I understand it. And that coin will be used for any of the products within the Keshe Foundation store. So there's a lot to choose from, and I haven't even gotten into the sort of Twinity GANSes that's been offered here. Again, beyond the scope of most knowledge seekers to make them. But with these new headphones, he's saying you may not need to purchase any of the Twinity GANs. And that has a whole sort of, let's just click on one of these here. Yes, microplastics, as we were discussing earlier before the program started about, there was some article I was reading, and maybe someone can Google it. They just said in making just a simple cup of tea, the tea bag releases billions of particles of microplastic. I didn't read the full article. I just happened to see the headlines. Maybe I looked at a couple of pictures, but this is one of the advanced products within the Keshe Foundation store where, as he said, they can take the plastics, which the body has been fooled into depositing them as pieces of energy in a way, or in the energy state to save later for energy, but it's putting them in the brain and other places, which can create some emotional imbalance or some other problems within your structure. I guess this plastic has a way of short circuiting, perhaps synapses or other things. Maybe Alex knows a bit more about that. But apparently it's a very, very huge problem, which will come more and more to our attention in the future. And as I understand it, only the Keshe Foundation has such a product which can move or transmute to the energy state of outside of your body. I know at one time he did indicate that you may see some scrapings or some material on your skin, but recently he said no, it could be transferred from an energy state inside your body to an energy state in the outside environment of your body. So again, many, many deep knowledges within the Keshe Foundation and within this store. And as Mr. Keshe said, in the future, this store will have tens, 20,000, 30,000, perhaps different products, because every line from the cosmetics lines to the pet food to all sorts of different things that we probably can't even imagine, but it'll touch every area of your life as these products come into the market. And what's it going to take for these products to come into the market? Well, Big Brother is going to have to get involved. And I think Big Brother, meaning the governments, are reaching a point perhaps where they've decided to turn in this direction. Or a few of them will turn in this direction, and the other ones will try to catch up and be part of it. But it's offered to everyone, all the governments on this planet, to be part and to help unravel this beautiful knowledge of the Keshe Foundation and to start applying it, testing it, and so on. So there's many ways to support the foundation with getting orders, even though they sometimes come a bit slow, or to support the Keshe Foundation, as I said, through the Keshe Coin, the Satellite Soul, the insurance program, and other ways where, or a direct donation where you don't actually get anything physically, but you're certainly banking forward. Anyone want to make any comments, questions about the Keshe Foundation store at this point? Because I don't have a lot more to say about it. Okay, I guess we will then move into some of the what was dispersed in the last workshop. It was a much shorter workshop. Again, when you think of Mr. Keshe, add to him, because apparently he's been a little bit with a high fever and some other things as of late in the last couple or 3 weeks. And maybe, as he said, most of the products are perfected on himself, and then we get it. And normally he waits for the condition to be exasperated before he even starts to formulate or create a product. But he says all these products have been tested on himself, and then you get it. So remember that saying, the half a doctor is a threat to life, or a half a doctor. What is the other one that we like to use? A half a doctor is a threat to life, or it's better to no. How does it go? Um, I can't think of it at the moment, but this idea of understanding half of the knowledge. like putting something back together, a transmission or something we can relate to, but only having half of the understanding. So yes, a half a doctor is a threat to life, and um, the other one I can't quite think of. It's right at the tip of my tongue, but it's not coming out. Anyway, so I would advise anyone, yes, you can make some simple products of CO2 and CH3 and to use them and apply them and notice energy transfers, but the full meat and potatoes, remember the commercial they used to have, where's the beef? Well, I think the beef, so to speak, is in the Keshe Foundation store, and it's not literal beef. It's beef meaning the understanding of the technology and how to apply it. And apparently there's many, many twists and turns, even using some of this technology. But we're just playing, as we understand, we're all children of the knowledge of the universe. Okay, I think we will go to um, perhaps what he said in the headphones are much more advanced. Yes, they are. And of course, we had the birthday of Mitra, which, again, it's given us a whole new understanding of what this season really brought to us and how certain ones tried to create, let's say, separation. Instead of going to 17 minutes, I think we're going to go to 20. Maybe when he first starts this drawing here about how the foundation can actually see the shape of the soul. They can, with these new systems that's being developed and improved upon, but the development is just so huge that they can actually see the shape of the soul and the what's going on outside of it and apparently within it, and can touch or create energies that allow even genetic defects to sort of put themselves back into balance, allowing the body to do the changes or putting something back into its position. So these things are just, again, beyond. He even mentioned about bone breakage within 24 hours, where this is the knowledge within the Keshe Foundation. And I'm sure it's been there for quite a number of years, but it's, again, many of these things he said we develop and we just put them on the shelf. But the bone breakage with no sign, even in a compound fracture where part of the bone is sticking out of the through the skin. I think they call that a compound fracture. Things can be put back together in a relatively short time. And then, of course, he referred to genetic balancing, and of course, about bringing two parts of the work together. I think he was mentioning the idea of cancer and things, but two parts of the work need to be brought together. But again, he said right now we're working quite closely with the governments. I think in the last workshop he talked about going to bed with the governments, and maybe that's the hovering car that's being tested by one of the governments in the background. I'm not sure about that, but so many things that we could never imagine could be done by the interaction of the energies. But as I said, you have offers to use these energies, but not so much an offer to tell you how exactly it's done at this point until we mature more. And I think we are maturing, but not at the point of being able to develop some of these things on their own. Even the governments, even the hovering car people, I don't think will have the understanding of how to do it. They'll receive components, they'll receive a control system, they will install those components and to retrofit it into an old car you may have, or retrofit it into the new line of cars, and it'll work that way until we reach a more peaceful condition. But Mr. Keshe also mentioned that the universal we may see in 2025, the universal community manifesting themselves. Perhaps they're not shy anymore. And of course, we know why, in a way, they don't manifest themselves because of our proclivity to enslave, to kill, to eat. And I don't think anyone wants to give themselves up to be a meal for someone else. That's not the ethos of the universe. But during this period of time, in the upcoming period, perhaps we'll see more and more not be kept in a black program or a black budget somewhere and try to extract information, but will be openly welcomed and embraced as and respected as a entity that's made in the image of the creator, and knowledge will be shared on that way. Again, it's a big task, but I think the Keshe Foundation and those operating in the background in the foundation are well seasoned to see this work through. So a lot of exciting times. We have this window of opportunity in the next number of months, and I think we'll be hearing more and more from Mr. Keshe on X. This is another way to support the foundation. If you don't have any funds, if you don't have any money, you can join the X platform. Doesn't cost anything, as I understand it. And the other way, which we'll get into, is creating that dome of peace. This is the best tool we have for bringing these this manifestation forward, is to use the collective power of the souls, and we'll get into that later. But that doesn't cost you anything, and you can give as much of your soul as you'd like to help support world leaders and world religious leaders to come to a position of realization of the actual conditions they're creating. All right, let's play a little bit of this workshop. And because it's a drawing, I'm not going to bring up the transcript. But feel free to stop it at any point, add something, question something, or share something.
We see is very interesting, as we observed in the what we call in the session of last week. Next time we go directly to what is solar physicality and the physicality to see how
he's talking about the transmutation sessions.
They react, or how they show themselves in that process. If you look at this picture, it's very interesting. It's a video. I just took a screenshot of it. You see each group cell is totally different. It's not all the same according to the people. And you see repeats itself in the same way as a Maghreb system.
And how many times have we played the video, or Mr. Keshe has told us the Maghreb is you? And now we're actually seeing it demonstrated in this video here. Again, quite interesting, and I think we're in for many, many, many surprises of perhaps how we thought this worked and how it actually works.
I don't know, I cannot draw on these things. If you look on the top cluster, this is the universal field. This is where we open up into universe, where the fields come in. You see in a very narrow line, they join in. The central block is the soul of the man.
And he usually starts the transmutation sessions, although not lately, but in the past, with taking about 10 minutes and allow the expansion of your soul. I know I was hearing that from one of the remote viewers, a famous one, Joe McGonigal, where he was saying it used to take him about 90 minutes to clear his mind, to get into that frame of mind for remote viewing. Well, this is the sort of same, and we've heard this from people who meditate that went into the flight room, that they felt that as soon as they walked into the flight room, something that would take them some time to get into that state during meditation. So this is quite interesting as well.
And then the energy transfers. You see a slight line on the top of the structure. It looks like an S if you look deep into it. This is like the top layer of, or top stack of the Maghreb system. Then you have the central line, which transfers energy, balancing it, that for the energy of the soul of the man to connect to the soul of physicality and physicality, which is the bottom line. And then it drops off into the physicality of the man. We see the dimension of the soul directly. If you look somewhere between the top, let me see if I can draw on this.
So I would imagine if it applies collectively, it would also apply individually to see the shape of the soul. And of course, as he said, the outside of the shape is different usually than the inside of the shape of or what's happening within it. But the outside structure appears to be a spherical. And these are collective souls.
Rick, can you take a shot of this and put it back on that I can draw on it? Oh, I can do it here. It's okay. I can do it here. You see, this here is where we open up to the soul, to the space, to the creator. This is the soul of the man. And this is where it connects to soul of physicality of the man. Interesting part is this part, which is here and in here. Let me take it out that you can see.
I was just thinking maybe in the future this will be brought into some of the clergy types that they again take the frock off and start teaching universal knowledge. This may be part of this. I don't think they'll all abandon and run away from it, but certainly the abuse will stop. Imagine having a scientific teaching about the soul instead of a mystical teaching about the soul of the man and the soul of physicality and the physicality.
If you take this, is the same with all of your groups, the same way. This is the dimension of the soul in a physical thing. That step exists between all the groups. This is the size of the fields of the soul. And here in the center is where your soul is. In a way, what it means is that if you look, you have this. Exactly like the Maghreb system. This is the lower, which connects to the world of physicality. This is the higher. But interesting enough, if you look at this picture, it brings in an amazing reality to all of us. And that is, if you look at this end, somehow it balances with this end. In another group, what we see is a total cavity here. There is nothing in the center. And this is not a static. It's a dynamic structure. And comes from the right side of the brain of the man into the soul, and from the left side goes into the body of the physicality.
Anyone want to try to explain that a little more? He says it comes into the right side of the brain. What comes into the right side of the brain? The energies, and then it's transferred to the soul to the left side of the brain, and the left side of the brain to the physicality. Or am I missing it? Anyone want to expand on that? Expound on that? Again, this is the first time we're seeing this, and again, maybe some knowledge seekers could explain it fully, but I'm not at that point yet. Anyone? Okay, we'll continue to listen. Again, it's all about you and your structure and understanding it.
If you draw a line, you see it. So, in a way, we now getting to the point that We physically can structure your soul, see what it is. And in the future, these graphs will give us the condition of your emotion, gives us a condition if you're ready to transmute. And it's just a matter of technological development. We will see a three-dimensional zone that physicality is now come inside, and then the soul is ready to go. We bring in scientific data to it that, when you, it's like getting on a jet plane, you run along the runway with the jet till it reaches the point that it can take off. You overcome the speed and the gravity. And in the future, very near future, this will be a feature we look in. And maybe in the next session, in January session, we can identify your three souls, solar physicality and their physicality, and see how they react. And we have the intelligence to a level now that we can literally touch your DNA. What does this bring us? Huge advantages.
I think it was in the previous workshop where he said we can touch the DNA to have it balance with the fields of the RNA. And of course, this is probably related to some of these defects he's referring to, but this is a huge understanding. I don't think it's ever been revealed scientifically like this anywhere in the public domain. Anyone?
You look at the different arms as RNA with a little nudges somewhere, it brings different conditions. Now we developed a technology that literally we can do this, which means any genetic defects can be put right by balancing the fields of the genes by the body itself, not chemically, not any other way. This gives us new dimensions in the work, but we have to mature into the knowledge that these things can be done. Now, with the soul, we can see the emotional condition of the soul. With them, we see the emotional condition of the solar physicality. And as more and more data comes, then we become mature to it, mature into understanding the process of the soul of the man.
So again, these have come out of that transmutation session. And this is the knowledge that's being developed and can be shown and help to improve other systems and help our scientists and our doctors to understand more. So this is part of keeping the Keshe Foundation free. This is what they're seeing in some of these sessions, or maybe they took 5 different groups and overlaid one on top of the other. I'm not sure.
And if you look at here, in all the figures we see, then you come to understand what we go with the maglev system. It's completely the way the soul works. It's the same as the 3 layers of the skin of the man. You have the top layer, middle layer, and the inner layer. There's a conversion to inside field the strength, and the conversion to outside fields, and the conversion between the two to be able to stand outside and inside. That's the purpose of 3 layers is. And we see the same pattern in the soul of the man. So, with knowledge advancing so much, is there a need for obeisance? The new, the new twins headsets, which has come, we will get in touch with those of you who bought the cosmic materials. With your permission, can we, or would you allow us to put your cosmic ray material into your headphones? That opens up totally new opportunities into the world of creation, because you connect directly to universal fields. We ask you if you like to have your universal materials into the handsets, that in the dimension of the fields of what you hold, it's connected to the universal field. So obeisas have become obsolete due to development in the knowledge. And we see a lot of advantages in the new system, targeted directly, and with the results we look for. Any other question?
We're going to continue to play this. I think there's one little question, and then
Do you have any other
Myrna's.
question?
Yeah, okay, we'll move this forward to here. There's a gap. Okay.
Okay, well, we have a hand up here with Marinez, so let's see what Marinez has to say. Go ahead, Marinez.
Yes.
And again, this was a bit of a question on the crystal structure, different in the matter state than in the energy state. Mr. Keshe says that when we refer to crystal structure, we refer to the energy state of it. But again, these understandings are past my pay grade, let's say.
Hello, Mr. Keshe, Rick, everybody. I hope you get better soon. I had a question about about 568 knowledge seeker. In one time you said there are plasmas which come back to themselves and create a star formation, I think, no, which create carbon-60, and they create universes, if I understood. And my question, you talked about creating universes by crystal plasma or
Crystal structures, yeah. Carbon-60, yeah.
Carbon-60. And then I was always thinking universe is full of plasmas, dynamic, which connect with also with others around them the same size. So how come they come back to themselves? Do they connect with other plasmas also to create universes? Or only crystal plasmas can create?
No, when we speak about crystal structure, there has to be clarity between crystal structure in the matter state or crystal structure in the energy state. Crystal structure, when we talk about plasma, is on the energy level, not on the matter level, and has no dimension in a way. It's like a gas. The gas, when you have a gas, the container of the gas is the room which is in. If you release a 1 milliliter of gas in a balloon, that's its confinement. You can release the same in a room, and that room will be its confinement. That's a spatial cover. With the energy and the plasma, the fields dictate the condition and the interaction, and not the physical boundary. And with the energy in a plasma condition, you are connected by the fields, where in the matter crystal you are limited by the structure. When you are a gas in a room as a crystal structure, the room is the size you are confined to. There's a physicality. With the energy crystal structure, you're limited, you're confined, you're connected through the fields, so there is no limitation. And the higher or lower fields dictates your position or your size. And it's totally different understanding of the work. And this is what a lot of times we refer to. A lot of times we refer to that the crystal structure in the energy, in the space, is not a matter state, is a gaseous field space. Has no physicality, but it has a field energy strength condition. And then we decide on the crystal. A crystal structure, according to its strength, can be the size of a universe as an energy. But in matter state, limitation of the structure itself makes one crystal structure as a diamond on your finger.
So the crystal in fields, the crystal structure in fields, how do they create the universes, which I thought it is, we see the planet, so it's partly material.
It's like a popcorn. You know, you drop a corn in and it popcorn and it expands. It's more or less, if you look at it, is that the structure. To what limit it can go and to how much energy is within it, which leads to its structure. And that popcorn we call a universe. And it has a limitation of the fields to the center. It has a limitation of other fields outside it, which dictates its limitation. And then it has how it's created in a way by interaction of the fields, how activities and how much it can expand to. It's very much controlled system, but in a chaotic way of finding its place and time and position. It's like when you look at this picture on the screen, you expect the soul to be a spheric shape, but you see it's not a spheric shape in the inner structure. In the outer structure is a spheric. If you look at it, this structure is spherical. Because this is above your head, outside, and this is below your soul to your physicality, your neck, or whatever you call it. In the inner structure is different than the other structure, and this is how universes are. In all the tests we've done, we always see a rectangular structure in the structure, but we see the leakage on this side and we see the leakage on this side. And if you look at it, is the shape of the plasma going in this direction, anti-clock. Or you come into it as a clockwise and you go out of it anti-clockwise.
Anyone want to add to the knowledge there? First he said you come in anti-clockwise and go out clockwise. Then he said you can come in clockwise and go out anti-clockwise. Anyone want to jump in here? Or we continue? But yes, you are the magrev. And instead of making fields or twists and turns out of the matter state copper, you're making these twists and turns out of the fields of the universe in a way. And then I was thinking about that hydrogen interacting with itself, almost like a bullet, which is a tracer round, and it's sort of going within its structure, leaving a tail, and as that bullet crosses its own path, this is an interaction within itself, I think. If you were to look at it as kind of a tracer round, which may not be an appropriate example, but I thought of it as a very good example of seeing how that soul or that hydrogen within itself is interacting within itself, as it's sort of creating a line or a path, and as it crosses itself, you get more and more interactions. And this is how we know certain things can start with the interaction with themselves and the environment and then create things. Just my simple understanding.
And then the line blue and red above, what was it? The
Those
straight
are
line.
genetic corrections, which now we are working on. This we have reached a point in knowledge that we are testing on genetic modification, not in the way you look at it, in a way in the human race when you have genetic illnesses. By bringing things in position, you'll find there is no genetic defects. Very recently, we've done a test where you have, let's say, a bone in the structure of the foot broken and bulges out. Doctors put you in the plaster. Doctors put you in the cast, or you need an operation to put these little bones back into place. We have developed technology. Within 24 hours you walk. There is no sign of breakage, and there is no bulge, there is nothing. You're just carrying with a normal life. We are achieving breakthrough in the knowledge, and the whole bone is sticking out, which is usually the pattern. The bulge, you cannot walk. You have to put the bones back in the structure. Within 24 hours, there is no sign of the breakage and no sign of, we call it bone deformation.
And again, in the matter state, this is simply an impossibility. It doesn't work to try to do that. But apparently the knowledge has so deep, and I know he said this would be applied to sports events as well in the future, where if somebody breaks their finger or their wrist, they can go in the locker room and perhaps even come back out onto the field in the same day. Here he's talking about 24 hours, but all these things I think will get speeded up. And I'm sure the universal community is interested in this as well, at least some of them, because he said many of them, at least in the physical craft, are suffering some of the same maladies as the human beings. So in a way, they're in the same position as we are. So I think they'll be taking advantage perhaps of, I don't know if they have genetic defects, but there may be. Again, we think they're so superior and so full of knowledge, and they are compared to man, but as we understand, if they knew the operation of the soul, they wouldn't be in the craft. They would move the way the creator moves. So in a way, we're both in the same position, mankind, and even though they do have fancier craft, but that may change very quickly.
Fantastic.
It is what we learn, or we have to learn the process. And this is not genetic modification, it's genetic balancing, which means if somewhere in what number gene has moved, which causes such a illness. Now, don't forget, you have to go through all the genes in the body of the man. We have found a way to touch and to change.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same with cancer. We are working on a cancer which, in research coming up, you sit in the machine and within hours, whatever is in the lump, we call the cancer, will open up itself. But what's the next step in what to do with it?
And for
So again, with the insurance program, I think you could be a candidate for something along this line. At least it's non-invasive without surgery, and you can approach it in that way if you can, rather than going right into the usual sort of path of energies as radiation or as surgery or as a chemo. Even though Mr. Keshe says he does believe in chemo, it's just they need a few modifications on that. But this is a totally different understanding, I think, of, as he said, balancing the genes.
People who have post-trauma problem, emotional or
those we can handle now with the system, with the headphones.
kind of.
We have to. There's a collection of knowledge where we have to bring in two parts of the work which is done together to see a massive result, big changes.
This is the two parts that he had mentioned about bringing. I'm not sure what two parts of the knowledge. There is a collection of knowledge where we have to bring in two part of the work which is done together to see a massive result, big changes.
And now we are going through that phase. At the moment, we are very much tied up with the process of where we are involved in governmental work. We're very tied up at the moment, past few weeks, months. And now that we have achieved it, we put it aside and we're going to the next step in rapid development. We have achieved to create fields, universal fields, and fields which what we call the lion to creator, and how to mix them, and how in mixing the two create, develop, or achieve certain conditions and materials emotionally or physically. Very, very advanced in this at the moment. But now we need to work with structures, governmental structures, to bring this in, and we are on that path.
And again, in the transcript, it says, but now it needs work with structures called mental structures to bring. And they miss that part, is governmental structures to bring this in. And we are on that path at the moment. So as he's continuing to mention, you do need a government involved, or multiple governments preferably, to start bringing this and developing this technology. Again, it's not completed. It's just in its infancy stages, as I understand it. So there's so much more. And this is part of the new toys that they're trying to get the governments and the nations or the nationals to start playing with. And this is why in the next period we have that opportunity to bring the change, where things are coming together in a most profound way, as I see it. Almost like they say, the stars are coming, your stars are coming together, but it's the stars for all of humanity. But yet there's still others who are trying to push it in a continuing in the same direction. But Trump is just arrogant enough, and I guess you could call it bullheaded enough, to say we're going to step in a new direction. But Mr. Keshe is asking, is it just going to be for one term of an administration, or are we going to permanently move into this direction?
Path at the moment.
Thank you. Good. We are, I think, that.
I see a mic has come open. Fo? Or was that inadvertent? Would you like to share?
Yes, sure.
We appreciate when you do share. Thank you.
Okay. I heard the last part of the teaching with the McGrath, but also in use of dynamic systems. What is happening? What is released, and on what level? When you take the caustic ray material, probably it's C14 in matter state, that has beta radiation. You cannot use beta radiation without damaging DNA, but Remember, it's in a glass tube. Certain glass will stop it, but it will not stop everything. So when you look what happened in your lungs with the conversion of the oxygen from matter state into energy, you need a neutrino. What is a neutrino? When you have beta decay, it decays from a neutron to a proton and electron. Or let's say protons and electrons. Doesn't have to be one, it can be many more in the way of talking of energy. But what happens when you have an electron that is stopped by the glass and an electron goes through what you could say beta decay? You create a negative and a positive force in a magnetic field. So you create a neutrino and an antineutrino, let's say that. it's just try to explain how the fields are connected to each other. So when in the future using the cosmic ray material in the headphones, it's not because you want to get beta ray radiation, but you want parts of the neutrino. But in every case, even a neutrino is one neutrino. It's not the same as another neutrino. It reacts to a part of the fields like in a neutron. So where it can be needed, it will go. The neutron just go and it's where it wants. It's not stoppable. So when it reaches your soul, it can add to you. But on the same time, your soul needs to release something. So that's the Maghreb system. You get the positive and you get the negative. In the Maghreb systems, you have 3 layers. In fact, 3 spirals. It creates 3 magnetic fields in one. You have also 3 coils above each other. So you get a broad spread spectrum of fields. And recently I talked with someone from China. He said it doesn't cut off my electric bill. I said, that's not the problem. How do you feel? Well, if I'm with my Magrefs, I always get happy. So that's on another level of energy. That's what happens when you get balanced out. You're feeling good, and you can do it with the coils, the Magref system, but you can also do it with dynamic system. But now, when I look at the research Mr. Keshe is doing, I'm very interested in how do they measure the fields within you. It's not that the headphones is that important when you want to create energy in the way of electricity. Go for C14 and diamond structure, and so far as I know, in January there will be a production line. So that battery will last 5,000 years. And why is that? It's because it's graphite that it's used in what do you call it in English? Fusion reactors like 3 Mile Island. You know who bought 3 Mile Island? And Mr. Keshe also.
I don't want to guess who bought it.
And you know why Mr. Keshe said the new Tesla cars will be out with these batteries? So when I heard, was it last week, EM was going to Mr. Farag in England, I said now he's trying to buy old fusion plants.
Ah,
Because there is a lot of waste material like graphite, and the graphite is used to catch the neutrons from the reactor state. So there is a lot of C14 in the matter state. So, and when I heard Mr. Keshe and I saw the tube with the cosmic ray material, I said, no, it looked like splinters of graphite.
ah.
And it was from Ukraine. Well, they have a lot of nuclear plants, as we know. Maybe
At least 6.
Yeah, and maybe it's only from Chernobyl, but and then it has to go to Hungary. Yes, sure, but that's probably why they know they have that tube, is the special kind of glass, maybe with lead in it, but it's not full of lead. It's like I'll call it X-ray lamp. And that's how I see it at the moment, what is going on.
Sure.
But it's it would be very interesting if I could see some data on the emotional sides. What side is it? Is it what is magnetical? What is gravitational? And how does it results in the how do you call it? Grafieken noemen wij het. In the data sheets of what Mr. Keshe is presenting. You know, that's very interesting for it, at least for me, just out of curiosity.
So when you're talking about the right neutrino or whatever, is this something that you're doing consciously, or just the energy introduced within the structure knows what to do with it?
Yes, but when C14 in matter state decays, not in plasma state, it decays also, but you cannot measure it. Maybe you can see a neutrino, but in measurement, but it's not what emotional carries the neutrino. And that's why when you see a neutrino field, what is on the, let's say, on the south pole or on the north pole of that neutrino field, or at his or her, I don't know how to call it, a neutrino, on the border, like the interacting of the fields. It's so much dynamic. So that's I don't have the instrument. I only can guess what it does, but
Right.
it's sure when you could look at the data from what Mr. Keshe is receiving and from these meetings. Yeah, you can try to put a certain emotion in it, and let's say make a data sheet of how the others will react, and then you said, okay, this emotion is this value in the data sheet, and I think he's doing a great job, but I can't see the data. Maybe it will never come because he said that's for the Keshe Foundation. But
Until we mature. Yeah. I think there's a huge level of maturity that has to take place within our grouping as humanity.
Yeah.
And this is what he said. We show you what we do, but we don't tell you how we do it.
Yeah.
Until we mature more. But yeah, it's deep.
As I said, when you see it on the level of the plasma field of the reactions of the neutrinos, or whatever you call it, it's the plasma, or you see it as a matter state. And in a matter state, when I say the diamond, the C40 diamond battery is coming in 2025.
I saw some headlines on that. Yes. Yeah.
Yes. And if it lasts, the first set in 2016, it would last a battery for, let's say, a pacemaker or a hearing aid would last 10 years. But now they are talking about a battery like triple A size that will last for 5,000 years. So if you can make that factory and you can produce enough, who needs oil? See, that's also what Mr. Keshe is telling. We don't. First of all, you can go into plasma state, but also you can go into matter state. And if you want to drive a car, okay, that's fine, but you don't have to use petrol. You don't have to use oil. So
I'd like to eliminate the tires too. Rick was saying that's one of the most largest ways we're grinding up this sort of plastic in a way, or making all these from the tires as they wear and as they degrade.
Yeah.
So I think the hovering car is the preferable, or will leapfrog, as was stated, over the electric car, perhaps.
Yeah, but it's an exchange of technology. So you have to have a phase where first they got cars with, let's say, first petrol and then batteries now, but that's not the solution. So when they go to cars with C14 diamond batteries, that's a step ahead. So when you put a battery in it and it lasts for 5,000 years, no matter what, you don't need windmills, you don't need solar panels or whatever.
Agree.
The C14 diamond is like a solar panel. It's beta decay, and it's when I see that, look at whether, okay, graphite C14, where does the graphite come from? Okay, nuclear plants, and that's a lot of waste in nuclear plants. And then I say, okay, last time Mr. Kester said, okay, it's not for the disappearing of the hand or whatever, like Jalal. Okay, that's not, but you can use it in the headphones. And then I said, okay, when you use it in the headphone, you cannot use it on beta radiation because it will damage your DNA. So it has to be a level on the side of the plasma. And the only thing that's in the level of the side of the plasma is when an electron or a proton decays further on. So you need a neutrino to come from. And I think the neutrino is the part. You can't stop a neutrino, so it can go to anything, but it will connect to whatever it needs, like the sun radiates on the earth and creates the hydrogen because of the environment where it's into. So it's the same with the soul. It gives you what you need. Just a thought.
Beautiful.
I have to stop.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else want to interact with Fo or have a different take on it? Again, to understand this or to become a master at this, I know it's been voiced that it takes a long, long time, but maybe we're in that rapid development phase. And of course, the sun is getting involved as well. The mother kissing the child with these auroras and other sort of things that we're seeing. I think all of us are, in a way, getting more enlightened through the sun and probably through many of these processes that the Keshe Foundation is offering within the store, which will give us a new dimension of understanding. If there's no other questions, then we'll go to create the Dome of Peace, which is about this time of day, every day, Monday through Friday, or through the weekend as well. And again, it's something we all can do and exercise our physicality, releasing Gans waters, and to use the collective powers of the soul to manifest the change. Anyone else have something they'd like to share about all this we've been talking about, or your take on it? Okay, and as we know, every Sunday we collectively join to release plasma waters. Let's make sure we're just sharing that properly. And if you don't know how to make a GANS material, it's very simple, much simpler than you thought it could be. And again, you're gravitating sort of a low energy or a low energy nuclear reaction in a way where you're gravitating carbon and other things into what appears to be a matter state. It makes a GANS of itself and appears as a solid in the matter state. And these are some simple things we can do. But to put it all together, as I said, when I said a half a doctor is a threat to life, the other one that I forgot is a half a doctor is worse than no doctor at all. And this is what he told us in Sanya. And you knowledge seekers are that half a doctor. And I interpreted that as we don't quite have the full understanding of the totality to be able to put some of these things together. And of course, he hasn't shared in depth until we mature to a different level. But those were the two. A threat to life and worse than no doctor at all. This is the half of the understanding. Without the other half of the understanding can be dangerous. At least that's how I view it. Okay, so let's go to the first step of the Dome of Peace, which is releasing Gans waters, which you can do every Sunday at 12 p.m. or 18 p.m. CET every Sunday. Collectively, as we know, we're stronger together, as we've given many examples of that in the past. But we all have different fields, and you may have that particular field or in combination with other fields to create those conditions that world leaders and others need for the elevation of the soul. but it's not our job to see always the completion of the work, but it's our job in a way, or to give those fields and learn this process of giving and receiving. So let's go to the first step of the Dome of Peace, which you can all participate in, something for the physicality to do. And I think it's, in a way, again, laying down conditions for some of these other systems to function in a way. And that's just in a very soft way, let's say.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I will
With a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, so we're not, even though at one point in time he said he'd like to see a little bit of CO2 and ZNO added into what you're spraying or what you're releasing. Normally the plasma water is the water that's 2/3 above the, let's say, GANS level in any sort of container. You can see that in the store with the clear liquid above, and that's what he's asking you to spray, not so much the GANS itself. We don't touch the GANS. And we take precautions with the GANS, but the plasma water or GANS water, and I was initially confused about that, if there was a difference between GANS water and plasma water, but the water contains the fields are being released, the fields go into the environment, they know what to do and they know where to go, and they bring balance into a condition and perhaps lay down other things to make other systems in a way work. Sort of like, I know it's for the elevation of the soul of this planet and all its inhabitants, but it may also facilitate the working of some of these plasma systems, perhaps. Just again, as Fo said, my understanding or thinking at this point. So that's the first step of the Dome of Peace. The Chinese have been doing it, something for the physicality to do. You'll learn more about making products or transmuting, and this is of course what Newton and others were so interested in, is transmutation of elements. And now you can do that same sort of work for not millions or billions or thousands of dollars. Any housewife, any child can, once they learn a couple simple steps of how to nanocode a wire and connect it together and create this interaction of fields. And isn't that what we're always doing, is having an interaction of fields, even within ourselves, and creating new plasmas and the rest of it. So we'll go to the second step of the Dome of Peace, which again, the magical side of us, or the energy side of us, where we can use this energy, which again has been hidden from most. And even when you're starting to find out about it, you soul of physicality or your ego seems to question some of these things. Is it real? Is it not real? Well, this is where we want to develop in becoming the last man standing, where I don't have to go to the priest or to the professor at the university and say, is this real? Is this really what I'm doing? No, you start to understand it for yourself and teach it to yourself. And of course, it's our obligation to do that, to investigate and understand this knowledge for yourself. Because when the final bell rings and the final call is made, it's only you who are going to have to work with those energies at that time. So as he said, don't wait for the final bell before you start learning and understanding a deeper aspect of your creation and what it means and where it can go and how to interpret a lot of these things that were just called coincidences or dreams or the rest of this. This is all in this energy dimension. So we'll hear about this for a moment.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. M.T. Keshe.
Okay, so that was the instruction, and we're trying to follow it. Again, the beauty of it is nobody fails this test, and this is what you'll take into the energy dimension with you as you start to learn to give and receive in that energy dimension. There seems to be no physicality involved there unless you do a complete transmutation and manifest yourself back into a matter state condition. And just to share the invitation that this process at 9 p.m. Goes on 7 days a week. And you can give a nanosecond of your life to it if it's your wish to see peace. And the Universal Council invites the Keshe and the Universal Council family in unifying at the soul level every day at 9 p.m. Central European time or Central European summertime for the elevation of the souls of all leaders and the soul of the totality of the Keshe Foundation, creating peace in everything that exists. And this is something, a flower that you can pick up, and you can start to learn about this energy side of your dimension. And this is the way the Universal Council will manifest the change through the power of the energies, or the center, or the soul, as we like to call it. I guess it's just a big amount of giving. I know here on Earth we call it loving, but in space there's no loving. I think they call it giving, as I understand it. So please join us. I think you'll feel good about yourself, that you can actually bring about a change through this energy dimension. And we're quite close now. So this tool of using your center, your central energies, let's say, of the soul of the man to give and create the conditions for the others to become elevated is most appropriate at this time. And of course, we know that all souls are connected. So we have the mother connection, no question about it. And all we're asking is that you start to investigate and understand more about the energy side, which is ultimately your true nature. as you'll move from physicality to physicality, but the soul of physicality will stay the same. And hopefully will continue to add to the knowledge of your understanding of the totality as we see it. Anyone want to add anything about this process? So let's bring up our, where we'll just take a couple of minutes here, 2.5 minutes, I guess, for the elevation of the peace negotiators in the souls of the International Atomic Energy, and all souls working for peace in Vienna and across this planet and across the universe, and the soul of humanity, the soul of world leaders and religious leaders, which we mentioned. And let's add to Mr. Keshe, if he's willing to accept it, that he feels better or develops whatever product. I think we're going to see a new product come out of the store with this high fever and whatever else he's experiencing. But let's also give, as he's extended himself quite a bit, working 20 out of 24 hours a day to bring these leaders in these nations and this technology. As he said, we're bringing the power, the finance, and in a way, the governments or the technology together. These are the three power centers that are sort of being brought together at this time. So let's all use the collective powers of the soul to sort of give, and of course, in that giving, you also receive nourishment in a way, or elevation. But this process, this whole process of giving and receiving, is something you'll carry with you throughout the existence of your soul, I would say, once you learn it. Okay, let's just take 2.5 minutes if we can right now and give to those in need. And you can add whoever you want, if it's your child who's suffering, a relationship, or you just want to concentrate on the bigger picture, which is fine as well. It's all, again, learning more about your energy side in this particular instance here. So let's take 2.5 minutes and collectively give from our souls or pray for the other ones. Again, we're not elevating a man, we're elevating the soul of the man. We'll start now. And this is how simple and easy the process is. And for those who have become messiahs, that have learned to give from their soul, which leads to elevate, then the path is made easy. And I think you're worthy to be part of the universal community. Okay, just want to bring up the Brazilians who've been faithfully sort of moving in this direction. It's going to take me a second here to do that. Let's see if we can do this. No, I'm not sure if we got it. I don't think we did. Okay, this, and this. And now we'll share two. And just to review, the Brazilians have been very faithful and using their souls to bring the change. And you're welcome. What I was reading you was just sort of an informal gathering on the energy level. But if you'd like to join the intention on Wednesday, and perhaps I think that's the same time, but the daily intention has changed. Do we have any Brazilians who can correct me? I think the daily intention has changed from 1 a.m. CET to a different time, perhaps. But you can find that on Keshe.Brazil, and you can see some of these other websites where you can interact and join. These are about 30, 40-minute meetings. And then again, this is the Sunday background. We're at 12 p.m. and 6 p.m. where we can do something about releasing the Gans waters. And this is the way you sort of energize the planet for its elevation in a way. So you can learn to release Gans waters, something for the physicality to do, and learn more about your true nature, which is your energy dimension. And we thank the Brazilians in a way for encouraging all of us to continue with this process. So thank you very much, and we'll continue into our next part of the program, which will be the appearance of Alex Skoric, if he's ready. Let's just knock on his office door and see if he's ready to come in.
Thank you very much, Mark. I'm going to start sharing the screen.
Very good. We're all learning the new upgrades in Zoom, and some of them are familiar with some, and other ones are not so familiar, but we're all learning as we learn the knowledge as well. Okay, so I think we'll hear the beautiful disclaimer, as Mr. Keshe said, every time he hears the disclaimer. This, again, it's not about peer reviewing, but it's about what you understand and what befits you and what you take from this knowledge. Okay, Alex, please continue, and thank you so much for joining us again.
Thank you very much, Mark.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of Gans processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Thank you very much, everybody, for being here today. We are setting up the screen. How's it looking? It looks.
It looks perfect. You just made that little adjustment and we lost the side view, but we have the full face on view. Keshe American Knowledge Team 2024.
And thank you very much. And this is the last one in the year 2024. And they're all going to be committed to the archive. So well, please enjoy them in the future as we're talking to you in the past. And I want to welcome everybody in this beautiful Sunday afternoon. Please understand this is a very important meeting because it follows up the Knowledge Seekers workshops that we've been doing every week, and the Brazilian community, which is really pushing hard. And we see a lot of challenges for the new year. And so we are also represented from many areas around the world, different continents. And this is most welcome. It's what makes this meeting so powerful. So I hope you enjoy the sessions. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. We are embarking on a new course. We are starting with a basic inertia, and we will be talking about a ratio. My name is Alexander, and from Canada is December 29th, 2024. And this is part of the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. We completed last week the Advanced Transmutation Series, and as you can see, it's been ongoing now for 4 years. And color was a very important thing that we wanted to talk about, and we wanted to talk about how we bring things together. And how we bring things together is actually what we're talking about today, is part of the Inertia series. And to understand the Inertia series, it's science that's a little bit different from what we've been brought up to believe, because the basic inertia, as we all understand, is the ability for something to carry on until it is an equal and opposite reaction to balance it or to change the course. And since we are going to be changing the course, we need to know how to change the course. And so let's discuss ratio today and what it means. And we're not going to talk about the golden ratio. Everybody knows what that is, or the Fibonacci ratio. We're going to talk about, how do we get off this hesitancy highway? Because it truly is the lowest energy state. And there's nothing wrong, really, with being at this energy state. It's what's wrong is we don't understand the rules. And, frankly, we're trying to figure out who is in the way and who is in whose way. And this is kind of the challenge that we have in our life, because we're constantly searching for outer space. We think we've been there, but we've never been there, not with the current technology. We've only been outside of the Earth space, into that in-between space. But the only time we ever go into outer space with any kind of technology is when we go to sleep. And we don't really understand that because we're too busy in our physical state, driving our vehicles and shifting gears. And this is what we're always doing. The reason for shifting the gears is because we have to change the gear ratios. And we really have to change the ratios now to join the plasma highway to our pie in the sky. And as we say, we're always looking for that little piece of the pie. But frankly, there's a much bigger piece of the pie. And we just have to change our schemes. So it's beyond our little piece of the pie. Our pie that we chose to come to is the earth pie. And this earth pie is broken down into various elements. And these elements, we've come to know them as the periodic table of prejudice, because these are the details of our earth space. And the reason they're prejudicial is because we are not just taking all of these elements and blending them into one big soup. You can find them in individual places. For instance, we find copper in South America, oil in the Middle East, and gold in the Far East. Well organized. And we can mine that. But the earth has provided that for us. And we have to question, did the earth provide it for us, or did the earth provide it for itself? Because the earth had to be here before we came here. And so this is what we're trying to discuss here. So in the 3 books of Marin Tavakoli Keshe, book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matter, we see how there's a convergence of different matters, such as the antimatter, dark matter, and the matter state. And we had to come to understand what the matter state is. And then, of course, there's the structure of light. It's interesting that light has a structure. It's also interesting that light moves. And so when it moves, it has to go from one place to another. And so how do we determine that? And are these places the same? Or is there a difference? And is this difference important in understanding the ratio? Because when we look at book number 3, The Origin of the Universe, and we see one field dividing into 2, and clearly these 2 fields are not of the same size. But is there a ratio that we can look at here? Or is there something in our life that will tell us exactly what the parameters are? But clearly we could see that we're getting the short end of the stick, aren't we? Because man's universe is very much smaller than the sister universe. And so this is obviously not to scale, because the sister universe would be beyond the screen that you're looking at, let alone the cover of the book. So we've been trying for 358 weeks to address the situation with respect to world peace. And so Rick Crammond and the Universal Council have been bringing forward the One Nation, One Planet, One Race for Justice and World Peace. Because when you travel, and if you're traveling to another country, you don't say you're from such and such a city. You say you're from a certain country. And if you're traveling to another continent, you may say that you're from another continent. So it only stands to reason that if you're going to another planet, you're going to say that you're from another planet. No one knows, where Florida is when you're talking about the universal community. For instance, not to pick on Florida, it's just. But, so what we look at is the parameters. And the parameters involve rules. There's a range, there's nearness, proximity, things we talked about, energy states, and of course the fundamental magnetical and gravitational field forces. And so when we talk about the rules and the parameters, there are questions that we have to ask, because are the rules and the parameters the same in regards to what we have to take into account? So for instance, we're given rules. We call them the 10 Commandments, rules on how to live. And so there were 10 of them. Now all of a sudden there's 24. So we can see that the ratio of the commandments that we grew up with and the commandments that exist is literally 1 to 2.4, or is it, no, 1 to 1.4. 10 to 24 would be 1 to 2.4. So that's a ratio. And unfortunately, in that ratio, the commandments that we were given, again, was the short end of the stick. So a lot of stuff was missing. And this is one of the reasons we're having trouble getting on the plasma highway. But when we look at the relationship of where this plasma highway is, you know, we're talking about carbon 16 and carbon 8. But where are we? We're in carbon 12. And the thing is, the carbon 12, we have to understand the carbon 12 is amalgamation of two fields, and that's what we're talking about, inertia. And so in this first class discussing that, we're going to say that there are two carbon 12 fields that have created this field. And then, of course, we see that when we go to the transition highway, that there are two other fields, carbon 14 and carbon 10. Well, what we have to elevate to is the transmutation highway. One moment, please.
Okay, and if you have any general questions, you can, as I put in the chat, info@keshe.foundation, and to contact the doctors of the Keshe Foundation, office at DE for Germany, .kfwellness.center for any of those who would seek further information or questions needing answers.
Thank you very much, Mark. So as we carry on the transmutation highway, we try to get some bearings. And one of the things that we need is to have some kind of milestones, some kind of posts, some kind of cornerstones. And we found out that it's hard to have a cornerstone when everything is in spheres. So we look at the universe, it seems to be in a sphere, some kind of field containment. We look at our existence, that's in a sphere. We aren't in a sphere. We have arms and legs, so it kind of makes it a funny statement. But we're on a planet that's in a sphere. And then we have the color wheel of everything that we see. So the thing we don't understand is the ratios and how it affects things, because if we examine the carbon ratios, even though they're on 3 different levels, the one thing we do see is that when we have carbon 16, we also have carbon 8, and the total of those two is 24. And carbon 14 and carbon 10 coming together, and that's also 24. And as we talked about carbon 12, well, it's amalgamation of two fields, so 12 and 12 is 24. So we find that the energy in this state on all 3 levels is kind of equivalent to carbon 24. So clearly, the 24 is not the difference on each of these levels. Rather, it's the ratio. So if we look at the ratio of carbon 16 to carbon 8, we find that it's a 2-to-1 ratio. And if we look at the carbon 14 to carbon 10, we see it's a 1.4-to-1 ratio, kind of like our commandments. So if we get to the bottom, the amalgamation of the carbon 12 with the carbon 12, well, that's a 1-to-1 ratio. So as we see the levels change, the combined energy is constant, but the ratios are changing. So this becomes important to understand, because when we're looking at the relationship choices that we're making, and we found that even though we break up our dimensions into transmission, transition, and transmutation, each level has to have 3 dimensions. So we have to have 3 transmission dimensions, the amalgamation of the X, Y, and Z axis. And then the transition dimensions also has to have 3 dimensions. And then the transmutation dimension also has to have 3 dimensions. And so to go from the transition to the transmission, that's one direction. To go from the transition to the transmutation, well, that's another direction. And these are all the medium. They're not the message. The message can travel on all 3 of these mediums. But how do we make these choices? So we find that basically we have the 3 different dimensions: transmission, transition, transmutation, but they operate at different energy levels. And so we've seen with those energy levels that the ratios increase. And so that makes a difference. And so when we look at the cover of book number 3 and we see how the one universe splits up into the 2 universes, and when we look at the cover of book number 1 and we see the amalgamation of 3 different energy levels, then we have to understand that there is some kind of hidden hand behind choosing not only the position, but the size of the field and the energy state of that particular field, because clearly they're not the same. So fundamentally, when we're talking about ray creation and looking at the Keshe model of nuclear decay of the neutron, so we see the fundamental plasma of the neutron, and in the decay process, decay is an unfortunate word, part of the nuclear industry. Maybe it's an appropriate word. Regardless, we're creating an electron and a proton combination. And the electron and the proton have a relationship, and that ratio is 1,849 to 1. That's a big ratio. And then, of course, there's the release of the PM tech, and we don't know what that ratio is. But what we see is that there clearly is a difference. All 4 of these different energy states have a different size, different mass, and therefore the relationship is also different. And as a result, they create ratios, and that these ratios are representative of the relationship. And so we've frequently talked about the surface to volume ratios. And the reason for that, of course, is because when you have something that's larger, then it is bigger, then it has more. But when you create something that's smaller, then you create a higher negative charge. And the bigness and the smallness is based on the surface to volume ratio. Now, what's interesting is that the smaller has to have a higher containment. So that higher containment gives it a higher charge. But as it gets bigger, it also has to have a higher containment. But the surface tension reduces. So the tensity is dropping, which means that the containment is tending towards not being a containment. So that's changing the ratio of the containment to the tensity. And by increasing the surface to volume ratio, you reduce the size and the ratio of the size to the charge intensity. So it seems like there's a contrast here. But the net result is that the smaller has a higher charge, so it has higher energy. But the bigger has a lower charge. That's if it's negative, but it has more energy that is positive. So in both cases, you've got more. Well, how can you have more when it's bigger and more when it's smaller? And this has been the most difficult thing to understand in the plasma science until we get down to the basic functionality, where we look at the conservation of MAGRAV energy state and MAGRAV energy transfer state, which is to say there's a matter-gen convergence susceptibility and is based on magnetical and gravitational field forces. And so if you're just talking about energy state, now let's say atomic state, nanostate, and GaN state, not only are these different states, but it isn't 1 + 1 + 1, but each of these states are an order of magnitude higher in field strength. So the nanostate is 10 times the atomic state, the GaN state is 100 times the atomic state. And so there's a relationship. And so you find that the ratio of the GaN state to the atomic state is 100 to 1, but the GaN state to the nanostate is only 10 to 1. So does that mean the susceptibility would be higher for the nanostate to become a GaN state? And of course, the answer is yes. But then the nanostate could become an atomic state, and that would also be yes, because the ratio is either 10 times more or 10 times less. And so the ratio does not indicate the direction of the susceptibility. It only refers to susceptibility. So if we're at a higher energy state and we want to balance at that higher energy state, then we have to balance off the left and the right. And there we have the magnetical gravitational relationship. And so we have a ratio of the magnetical and gravitational relationship. But does the ratio on the one side equal the ratio on the other side? Well, not really. If 1 and 1 is more than 2, then 1 and it's not the same as the other one. There might be a relationship between those two, but clearly you have 2 that are individual, and then on the other side you have 1. There's an amalgamation of the other 2, which we refer to as inertia. So that is in balance. But the ratio is different. And then if we compound that difference by actually changing energy states, and we say, okay, well, let's say the GaN state on the left side, we have a magnetical gravitational ratio, and we end up with a product on the nanostate on the right-hand side. Will that also be a ratio? Possibly, but not necessarily. Or will it be an inertia field? So basically, what we're seeing is that in an inertia field is the amalgamation of 2 fields coming together. 2 fields coming together to create 1. And so the choice of whether these 2 fields come together to create the 1 is a question of whether they will transition to a higher energy state or to a lower energy state. Or will it stay at the same energy state? And so that's dependent on the transfer state. And so the transfer state is part of the transition matter. And so there's a transition in two directions, because these transition states are in between. And then, since we have three dimensions, we have two in between dimensions. Oh, so we still have two in between. And so if we bring those two together, then we can come to another energy state. And so now we understand how the universe is created. It exists from energy. And so when we bring all of these energies together, the energy is always positive. So the charge is positive, but in fact, the charge reflects the motion, whether it's coming or going. And if so, if it's coming and going, then it is working in combination. And so when we look at the cover of book number 1, we see the coming together of three energy states, which is exactly what we talked about: the matter, dark matter, and antimatter. But then there's also the transfer state in between that goes from the matter to the antimatter, and then from the dark matter to the antimatter, and so on. So we have these in-between states, but they all come together to create this one field. And that one field is the inertia field. And so that is what we see in the cover of book number 1. But does that mean that there are no inertia fields in the rest of the universe? Because who's to say if it's going to be here or it's going to be there? And then when it comes together, are those going to come together and be here or even be somewhere else? So that doesn't give us enough to go by. All we understand is in the plasma rule that the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. And so what that means is that two energy fields do come together. And when they do come together, they create this binding zone. And on this planet, frequently this binding zone is a point of conflict. But the point I want to address here is that two fields come together as one field. So this binding zone field becomes a field of inertia. And for a lot of people, as I say, this field becomes a point of conflict, but in reality, it's a point of containment. And so to modify your point of view, we have to come up with a conflict resolution. And there is always a conflict resolution. So if you only look at the one side of the equation, you say, well, I need energy. I need energy for a self-serving need. And you're handy, so I might as well take it from you. So I could satisfy my energy binding needs at the expense of someone else. But then what about someone else? They have energy binding needs as well. So now they're shortchanged or robbed, which is, violating one of those 10 commandments: thou shalt not steal. And so this becomes the confounding dilemma of humanity, to try and understand our relationship ratios. So if we see that the magnetical and gravitational balance comes together in what we call a mag-rav position, and I use the word seeing loosely because if they are in perfect balance, then they're invisible. So either the magnetical or gravitational in their ratio. And so we see that the scientific responsibility and the spiritual responsibility are basically the same. They're part of the relationship ratio. And so some are overcommitted to the scientific solution, and some are committed to the overcommitted to the spiritual solution. But they're all part of the solution. And this is where the plasma science adds to the knowledge, because it brings these two together. And so we have to have a blend. But that blending comes with understanding, and that's what affects the rate of change. So when we're looking at what we call the awake state or the dream state, these are the two states that we're familiar with. And so we kind of represent that as our field relationships, and often it's adversarial. And we say, well, it's adversarial versus coexistence. So we see the friendly spider inviting the fly. And then we know what happens after that. And so this relationship, we have to understand, is the amalgamation of our earth space and our inner space. And so the overall rule is, this is where science meets the soul of man for peace. And so we're embarking on this course to understand this relationship, because the fundamental principle of the twinity, which is the two fields coming together as an inertia field, and we see that the speed of the rotation of the plasma of the electron is dictated by the amount of the magnetic fields which are transferred from the large twin plasma of the proton to the plasma of the smaller twin plasma of the electron. So the combination of the two create an inertia field which we call the atom. And then we can blend fields together. That creates an inertia field. Or we can have things that work in combination. And when they work in combination, then they affect something else. And that something else becomes another inertia field. And so the combination of these two fields, which create the third field, creates a rotation and a curvature, which creates a containment. And within that containment, there has to be some kind of regulation. And that regulation is the relationship between the gravitational and magnetical force fields. So the gravitational force fields are attracting energy to make it stronger, and the magnetical force fields are making the tensity weaker and taking that energy and making the magnetical force fields stronger. And so that's how they balance out. And in that balance, you have this inertia field. And so we practiced that when we made the cups of life, because using the nanocoding process of the monatomic science, we created a representation of our inner space. And basically, it was a blend between the core space and our emotional strength. And we need to understand that, because with that emotional strength, we created two cups. One is the emotional cup, and the other is the physical cup. And is the physical cup an emotional cup? Well, if you ever played sports and you go up against a team that is physically superior, you may feel intimidated. But that would increase your emotional determination to challenge. And of course, those with the higher physical strength would probably ridicule you, insult you, and may not give all the emotion that they need to activate that physical superiority, and in fact could lose. And so we're constantly looking to balance life out, and we find that the physical manifestation which is the inertia field that comes from the emotion controlling the physical field. And of course, the emotional field, which is controlled by emotional field. And they come together, and you can see what the Earth has done. It has brought all the ganses together. So these are all part of what we call the radiance manifestation. Carbon dioxide GANs, calcium GANs, zinc and copper GANs. And oh yes, water GANs and amino acid GANs. So to understand that when we make a reference to these ganses, we haven't decided if they're in a matter state or in a plasma state. And then we have to understand that there's a transition state where you have the nearest proximity to the plasma and the matter. And so the Earth has done a really good job because, as you can see, there are many, many ganses, different colors, different strengths, different mass. And so this is all a combination of coming together with the PM ticks, which are magnetical. And as they come together, they converge and create this plasmagen conversion, which is bringing together the antimatter, dark matter, and the mattergen. And it creates a MAGRAV field. So this MAGRAV field is an inertia field. And then what do you take into context? So we are a MAGRAV, and the Earth is a MAGRAV, and we are interacting with this Earth. So we're creating another kind of field, another kind of inertia field. And it's representative of the interaction. And if that's all that matters, well, then that's all you take into account. But if we look at the matter plasma dimension, we cannot account for everything that we see in our physicality. All we know is that the physicality is an inertia field of the gravitational field forces that has come to the lowest energy state where we can touch it and see it. But there's another convergence in the magnetical field forces. It's in a plasmatic state, but it is a matter state that you cannot touch or cannot see. And so these two aspects of the matter plasma dimension is what we see the universe as. But these matter plasma dimensions are the feedback dimension, because these are the inertia fields that were created by the force fields coming together. And since we discount them, we're discounting the feeding dimensions, and we're only seeing the feedback dimensions. And these are the ones that we continually have reference to. So this is where we say what the matter state, and we see the bringing together of all the forces, it's an affirmation of life. But since we're matter state dominant, then, in many ways, we're denying life. And so this kind of discussion is having difficulty explaining the color wheel, because when we see the colors on this planet, and they're beautiful colors, and we get all of these colors coming from the red, green, and blue, and we know that because that's how our televisions are working and our computer monitors. And with these three color beams, we can create all the colors on the color wheel. But if we look beyond the Earth, there are no colors in the intermediate space. We don't see the colors coming from the sun to the Earth. We only see the colors once it gets inside the Earth. And so what we see is the colors coming into us. And so this becomes part of the inertia feeding vision that we have. And so all of these colors coming together create a plasmatic symbiosis, because they're all in different energy states. And it's so handy that our soul is positioned at the crossroads here, where we can see how the plasmatic fields come together with the physical reality. But we have to understand that the plasmatic reality and the physical reality are two different aspects of the same reality. And they're both inertia fields. And then we have another inertia field, which is the aura, which encapsulates our body. It's representative of the soul of physicality. And some people, through clairvoyance, can see these fields. But as we found from the Earth space periodic table of prejudice, we too are prejudicial, and so we have different overlapping fields. And we demonstrate the field strength differently in different occasions. And so this becomes part of the gravitational confirmation. So to repeat, we have the magnetical field forces coming from the sun and the earth converging together from the universal field forces, all of these field forces being magnetical, and then they become translated into the gravitational field forces, which we can see. And the main one is the hydrogen. And it has a fingerprint. That fingerprint that we can see is represented in color. And that color spectrum is unique to hydrogen. And so what we have to understand is that when we see this hydrogen spectrum, we're seeing it in the Earth space. But if we were to be in any other space, let's say Mars space, that fingerprint would be the same. So the specific fingerprint of hydrogen is the same regardless of its position in the universe. And oxygen has the same characteristic. It has a fingerprint, but different from hydrogen. And it too would have the same fingerprint anywhere else in the universe. So this gravitational confirmation, this fingerprint, is a representation of the inertia field that was created from these other magnetical fields converging. And so the gravitational confirmation of the inertia field for oxygen is manifested the same way as a gravitational confirmation field for hydrogen. And then, of course, it's the same for us. But what we are is the inertia field, the combination of the attraction forces of gravitational forces and the repulsion forces of the magnetical forces. And the combination of these two blend the convergence and divergence, and each of us is different. And so each of us has a, shall we say, a ratio of the attraction to repulsion forces, which is why we're all independent variables. But what is constant is that we're all part of the interdependent universe, which is to say that the universe has rules, and these rules are the same wherever you are. So when we look at our soul and how it interacts with the universe, we see that there's this three-layer supergranular layer that encapsulates the brain. And that becomes the connection to the feeding forces of the plasma universe. And then when we look at the brain, this is the feeding force to our physical universe, which is part of our physicality. So the brain becomes the inertia field of the plasmatic feeding forces, and the body becomes the inertia field of the feeding forces from the brain. And so, well, wait a second. If we have all these magnetical forces coming together, different fields coming together into this one field of the brain encapsulated by the supragranular layer, so we create the one field. Now we have the one field. How do we create the physicality? Well, then we understand that the brain has two sides. There's a left side and the right side. And these are two fields that are working together. And so they create an inertia field, and that's our physicality. And how could that small brain create such a big body? Well, if we understand that the different energy states are operating in an order of magnitude different. So we could say that the soul of physicality is operating, let's say, one order of magnitude stronger than the physicality, that would be 10. And the soul of the man would be in another order of magnitude, so that would be another 10 times. And then when we look at the relationship of the soul of the man to the soul of the physicality, that's only 10 times. And the relationship of the soul of physicality to the physicality, that's only 10 times. But if we look at the relationship of the soul of man to the physicality, well, that's 10 times 10, that's 100 times. And so we have to understand there's a relationship between the magnetical and gravitational field forces. And so these are two field forces that are overlapping, and they create an inertia field. And that inertia field becomes part of the physicality, which is the lowest energy state. And so within that lowest energy state, we can start to see colors, and then we can start to see and interpret what these colors mean. And so, you know, on our planet, we can see some rainbows. But do we know what these rainbows mean? Because what we have to understand is that there is a color sequence on these rainbows. So one rainbow has the blue on the inside and the red on the outside. And there's another rainbow that has the red on the inside and the blue on the outside. So we can clearly say that the rainbow is a inertia field manifestation of fields. Do we know which fields we're talking about? Is one real and the other one fake? Are they both real? Are they both fake? Or are they in the eyes of the beholder? Or, you know, are they just a hologram? And so often it's been said that life is an illusion, and this is what we're trying to unravel. So light can be manipulated. And we said it can be scattered through diffraction, and it can convergence. It can converge, and then there's also focusing. You can change the focus. And of course, light going through different mediums will experience what we call a refraction. And off a mirror, you might have a reflection. And then going through different densities, you have a bending. And so we were talking about snooker the other day. And there are things about these games that make it very, very interesting. And so this is not a lesson on how to shoot pool. This is a lesson on rotation. And so if we were to take a cue ball and print a grid on it and hit it right smack dab in the middle and hit it dead straight in the center, no spin, it would travel to the bottom bank and it would bounce off that bank, come back. And if the shot was true, in other words, no spin, no deflection, it would come back basically to the tip of the cue, exactly where it left. And that's one cue ball or one field. But that's taking care of your shot. But the games are played by putting balls in pockets, and usually it requires a pot shot. And so if we have the same scenario, and we have this dead straight in the center with no spin, if we align it up properly, and we know that we can do this because we just demonstrated that we can hit the cue ball and have it bounce straight back. If we did the same thing and it hit an object ball with no spin, it should go in a straight line. And putting the ball in the pot is the name of the game. And who can do this better is the better player. And if you do it within the rules, you might win. But there's skill involved. So what happens if you put spin on it? So instead of dead straight, let's go back to just putting a spin on the cue ball. So here we can offset it a little bit to the left. And as we hit it, it'll spin to the left. But we still have to hit that spot on the rail. And when it comes in contact with the rail, no, it doesn't come straight back. It deflects to the left. So we can change the effect of the cue ball by imparting a rotation. If we impart a rotation to the cue ball, what does that do to the object ball? So if we do the same thing to the cue ball and offset to the left and spin to the left, immediately there's an imparting deflection to the right. In other words, opposite to what the spin is. And so how much spin and how much deflection is based on what we call the siding, which is putting a spin on, and the stroke, which is the power behind the cue. And so if you understand the siding to stroke ratio, you can balance this out. Because you can balance the siding to the deflection ratio. You can balance the stroke to the deflection ratio. And if you are really skillful, you can take the siding and stroke combination. The siding being one, the stroke being one, not the same one, but working in combination to affect the deflection ratio. So the deflection ratio becomes the inertia field. And therefore, when you impart the siding and the stroke to the deflection ratio and take all of those components and impart them to the object ball, if you're really, really good at this, you will be able to position the cue ball where you want it, and you'll be able to make the pot shot into the pocket. And who can do this better? Well, generally speaking, they win. This is not a lesson on shooting pool, so let's play soccer. And often we talked about it bending and like Beckham. And of course, David Beckham was a famous English soccer player, and he had a fabulous skill. He could impart a spin on the ball, and so the ball would be shot towards the target. However, there would be an extra energy imparted into the ball, which would change its direction. And so the initial target, if it had no spin, would come to the left side of the net. But because of the spin, it starts to deflect. So the game is actually to balance off and compare the imparting of the energy field of the shooter versus the understanding of the receiver. Can the receiver see the energy that is imparted into that ball? And that becomes a skill. And David Beckham was excellent at this. And so he could fool the goalie into believing that the ball was traveling the way the goalie was used to it, not taking into account the imparting of the extra energy. So, as knowledge seekers, we have 2 points of view. So, there is a message sender and there's a message receiver. So as a teacher, that would be a message sender. As a student, that would be a message receiver. But where does the teacher receive the energy? So there has to be a sender. And the energy and the message are one and the same. The question is the medium. And so we have to have practice. It's either a hit or a miss, isn't it? And so there's a reward, isn't it? So in soccer, if you're going to pass the ball, then you have to impart the correct energy to hit the man. So that your teammate can receive the ball. That's called hitting the target. But if you miss the man, then that's called missing the target. But what do you call when you miss the man and you hit the target? Well, if the target is a net, then the hit is a goal. So if you miss the man and he's your teammate, then you did a bad thing. But if you missed a man and it's the opposing goalie, then you did a good thing. So you have to kind of decide, do you have to hit the man or you have to hit the net? And gather up your rewards accordingly. So we understand that there are ratios And these have to do with the rules to the parameters ratio. What does that mean? Well, the speed of light obeys rules within a set of parameters. And within that set of parameters, the speed of light is constant. Is the speed of light constant in all different dimensions? What is constant is that the constant speed of light obeys the same rules in all parameters. So the speed of light is not the same in all dimensions. But the ratio of the rules to parameters is what affects the color and what affects the curvature. So for instance, when you're looking at the curvature of light, we find that the density of the medium will change. So if we have sugar that's dissolved in water and that sugar sinks to the bottom of the water, we find that the sugar saturated water at the bottom is more dense than the water at the top. And so as the light hits the denser medium, it will bend. Interesting thing happens to water in the atmosphere. We find that the density of the water diminishes as we go up in temperature. So the density of the water changes in the morning, and then it becomes less dense at noon, and then at night starts to become more dense again. So the density of the water is changing based on atmospheric positioning. What about the nitrogen to hydrogen ratio? The difference between NH2 and NH3, we still have the same crystalline formation. We still have the ratios in terms of structure, but clearly the ratio of nitrogen to hydrogen on the one side is 1 to 2, and now the ratio on the other side is 1 to 3. But it doesn't seem to have changed any, but the mass ratio has changed. So we see that when we're talking about the speed of the soul, we have to understand it based on Einstein's equation of mass equals the speed of light squared times is equal to the energy. And the speed of light squared, of course, is the relationship between the frequency and the wavelength. Then we can see that, well, wait a second. These obey what we call the inverse square law. But that's only in 2 dimensions. So when we look at the inverse cube law, that would be in 3 dimensions. And so we know that. So when we're looking at oxygen, for instance, and we see the cube on how its basic crystalline structure. But if we change the dimension ratios, we can change the shape and we can change the angles. It still is a crystalline formation, and still the points are still attached. but things have changed. And so if we look at the individual axes, the z-axis, y-axis, and x-axis, these are the individual dimensions of the cube, but we can change them. And so the dimensions may overlap or they may even twist. And so we understand that there's a range transcendence between the magnetic and gravitational field forces. So we start with the lowest energy state, which is heat and electricity. We get into the nuclear state, then the plasma state, and then there's this transfer state between the physical matter and the non-physical matter, the dynamic plasma state. And this is all part of the range of the matter state. And then we can change what we're looking at based on the focal point, which the focal point is concentration on the physicality. So we're literally focusing on how the light is diverging. What? How do you focus on the diversion? Because it obeys the inverse square law. That is to say, there's a relationship between the distance and the intensity. You double the distance, you have the intensity. So what does that mean? So the inverse square law is based on the density and the intensity to distance ratio. So at the point of the source of light, in this case being a flashlight, the source intensity related to the destination distance is the highest. It's 8:1. If we have the source, drop it down to 4, we would double the intensity. So make it 4:2, which breaks down to 2:1. If we halve that again by doubling the source, by doubling the distance, then it goes from 4:2 to 2:4. So now the ratio is 1:2. So there's a change in the ratio. But all we did was we just doubled it or halved it. And yet the ratio fluctuation is fairly radical. By doubling the distance, we reduced the intensity by 4 times. And it doesn't matter which direction we're doing it, because we can shine the light to the down, to the earth, or we can shine the light to the sky. The rules are the same. It just doesn't matter. So we find that this light carries a mass. And so within this field, it operates at a certain speed. But we find that if we change the mass, we have to change the speed. And so when we look at the speed of light within the dimension of our physicality, the speed of the light is constant, but the wavelength and frequency change. So the speed of light is constant. And those are the parameters. And those are the rules. So when we look at our plasma dimensions, what we see in terms of skin color is different. But what we are constituted from is the same. And so therefore, within this parameter of this earth, we are able to have a range of different colors. And yet we are all part of this interdependent universe. But we're all independent variables. And so we all have this transmission spectrum, the difference between the non-visible speed of plasmatic rotation and the speed of the visible transmission spectrum. Because the surface superficiality is different from the internal substance of the plasma substrate. Because when we look at the physicality, can we see the energy that is being imparted? Or do we just see the result? Are we just satisfied? Well, we either hit the target, pot the shot, or score the goal. And that's it. That's what life is all about, isn't it? Life is a competition. And who is more skillful wins. And it's funny when you talk to the professionals. They really want that trophy. Yeah, they get paid. They get paid, but not all the same. Some get more than others. And yet, they're all part of the team. So the teammates are all equal, aren't they? But some are more equal than others. Because some know how to impart the energy into the ball and impart their understanding of the rules of the game better. But within that point of containment is an amalgamation of all these plasmatic interactions. And so that becomes the inertia field, the combination of the gravitational field forces and the magnetical field forces. And so if that is true within that dimension, and if those are the parameters of that dimension, and then when we go one step beyond, the parameters may change, but the rules are the same. And so this is what we understand in terms of frequency. But if we go beyond that, well, we have the conservation of susceptibility. So we are just independent plasmatic variables. And there is an energy field that is imparted, and each of us interpret this energy differently, and each of us use this energy differently. And so the question becomes, is how do you impart that? And what are the parameters? So when we look at a transmutation quadrant, we find that there's light that's emitted, there's light that's feeding, and then there's light that is reflected, and light that is absorbed. And so we find that even though the structure remains the same, the transmutation ratios change. And so here we have the quadrants within our range of, shall we say, our visible range or our understanding range. So how do we go beyond that and look, well, in the beginning? So we had the one neutron, and that came before the atom. And then, of course, it created the PM tick. And then, of course, there's us. But before us, there had to be a place for us to be. Where were we? Because we had to wait. We had to wait for the Earth space transmutation state to coming together of the two fields that created the earth. The combination, the soul of the sun, the soul of the earth, and the soul of the creator coming together, the gravitational conformation of the earth space. So therefore, there had to be a confirmation of the outer space transmutation state, because wherever we were, we are now here. And here we can go through the various steps, the various energy states, the atomic, the monatomic, the polyatomic, and the plasmatic. But we can go one step beyond. And when we go one step beyond, we get to within the barrier. But then we can go beyond that barrier. And so the whole purpose of the inertia classes is to understand that there are two steps. And we discovered that because last year at the Sanya conference, we hit the watershed moment when we not only could change our position on this planet, but we could replicate the convergent forces of the planet and create gold the same way that the earth does. And so we all have path choices now based on pathling of susceptibility to understand the difference between attention and retention. Both are a form of emission. And they interact, two fields come together to create an emission of intention. So that one step beyond is now beyond ultrasound, where we make the connection between the soul of the man and the interaction. And what interaction is that? So we have to elevate our antennas to understand that there's a message feeding and there's a feedback manifestation. So we have to tune in to these transmissions and understand that when we select one force and it's magnetical, it is balanced by a force selection of another gravitational force. And this is the message that coming together is a maggrav manifestation. So that maggrav is an inertia field. And the inertia manifestation on this planet is a peace dome. And so the transmutation that we have is manifested in balance with the peace dome. And the source of that manifestation, the feeding source of that manifestation, is also in balance with a peace dome. And so if we hope to return, we have to understand that we have to have a balance. So that knowledge, wisdom that we give is part of the insight that we have. We add to that insight through experience. That experience is part of our nature that allows us to reflect on life. And so when we look at the relationship, how one and one comes together to be more than two, we have to blend the emission spectrum and the reflection on that. And with our skill set, we can bring artistry, organization, and cooperation together. And if we want to hit the target, we have to know if we're going to pass it to a teammate or if we're going to score the goal, so that we don't get into this hodgepodge of discord and betrayal. And so we have to understand that the speed of rotation affects the transmutation transition, as we did with the pool cube. But we are in a blue planet. And so the rotation of this planet transmutes energy. And our understanding of this transmutation and within the parameters of this Earth space teach us that the balance is in the micro and in the macro, and the rules are the same. And the pH of peace transcends the entire universe. There are many points on the field strength of the dove beyond. And so the nutrition and wellness centers that we're doing through the transmutation testing in this current 3-month process, now coming up in January will be the 3rd month. So please enjoy these sessions and teach us how to take advantage of the feeding forces that are coming from the universe into our inertia fields. And then we need to learn more and promote the space plasma research teams. This is what teamwork is all about, so that we can enhance the transmutation process so that our range transition transcends the inertia field transmutation dimensions. And the laws of conservation, we know that they govern the covalent, trivalent, and tetravalent bonding attributes. And the containment of the inertia is governed by ratios. This is why the soul of the man cannot be abandoned, cannot be compromised. The color of man is based on the integration with the soul of the man. This is the integrity of man. That is within our domain. And so that inertia field of the greater oneness is to transcend the limitations of nuclear science, which we have been endeavoring for 570 knowledge seeker workshops weekly, every Thursday for over 10 years. This is Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, Teachings on Plasma Science, welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers, learning about the new solution process of the new plasma science. Requires a world peace treaty. Please sign it, display it, and please understand that when you sign it with true intention. You sign it with the proper intention to hit the target. Because the man is a reactor of a 3-dimensional transcendent universe. And we see there are no straight lines through field transmutation. And man cannot go into outer space without a peace dome. So is the inertia of the present governed by dimensions of history? How do we impart the transition of energy states of inertia? These ratios affect the susceptibility to change, the physical transmission dimensions. So please, bring the plasma science because it needs to be delivered daily by the peace dome in exchange for peace on Earth. And so welcome to the new outer space age. And that's the end of the class. I hope you all enjoyed it. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Alex. And let's see what anyone has to say. Or if you triggered any questions, or did you go over the head of the participants? Let's see if anyone has a question or an idea or a confirmation of what you said. Feel free to open your mics. Not all at once, but feel free. I was thinking, Alex, while you were sharing your understanding, I know Mr. Keshe had said the only reason we manifest the way we manifest is the soul passing through the magnetic fields of this planet or the inertia of this planet. So it seems like it's almost an automatic. Can we equate inertia to weather in a way? In other words, I open the door to my home. I see it's snowing and very cold outside, so that means I'd have to dress myself appropriately. I open the door under one inertia condition, let's say, even though weather is not probably inertia. Or another condition, I open the door and it's quite warm. And so obviously I don't need the gloves and the winter coat. Now I can go out in the shorts and perhaps a t-shirt and some sandals. Is this how we can sort of look at inertia in a way? I don't think it becomes part of us, but it's an interaction that we have with an energy or something along that line, that we have to sort of go with whatever inertia we're in and manifest according to that inertia, and of course the magnetical and gravitational fields of the location. So to me, it's almost an automatic. Different inertia will change your outside appearance, perhaps, maybe not so much on the inside, but the outside. And then, of course, I open the door to the home. It's raining. Now I need a different sort of apparel. And just equating that with different inertias in different locations around this perhaps solar system or this galaxy. Could we look at it like that? Is that something? Because it just seems that it's an automatic that you this type of soul that we have has to manifest in this shape on this planet. And different souls obviously manifest differently in the same inertia as we see the different fauna and the rest of the vertical and horizontal people. So I'm thinking it's almost, we could equate it to a weather condition, but it's not weather, obviously, and maybe that's not the appropriate example, but to me, that's what I was thinking. It changes what you have to use as an outer shell of manifestation. Just a thought. I don't know if you want to comment on it or someone else would like to.
Tell me when you're finished with your question.
Yeah, it's not a question, it's just a statement, really. And according to my understanding.
No, I think it's a very good question that you're asking, because so the variability of all of us on this planet is important to understand. We are all equal. So the concept of more equal than others is out of the question. All of life is for learning. And so sometimes the so-called buffoon can really teach you a lot. And of course, sometimes a buffoon will make a very catastrophic error. And in that point, it would be a really, really good lesson for you, because sometimes the error is not so damaging. So, you know, it's like, let's say, if I'm trying to pass a ball to a teammate and I miss them, and you say, well, that's an error. But what happens if someone is going into a building with the intention to blow it up, and as they put the dynamite there, they trigger the dynamite and they blow themselves up and the building? So, you know, there are lots of lessons to be learned from that. The point of the matter is that we have two emissions. One is the emission of what we give our time and attention to, and the other emission is what we learn. And the reason you say, well, isn't that an absorption? Well, once you absorb it, it becomes part of you. So in order to become part of you, it has to then interact with you and becomes part of your intention. and your intention has to be converted to attention. So when you give your time and attention to something, that becomes part of your intention. And so this is affected and manifests through path length of susceptibility. So the question is, what is our susceptibility to come to this planet? And so by arriving at this planet, we become susceptible to the field forces on this planet. So very self-serving. And so doesn't that affect our intention? So yes, it does. However, it didn't manifest until we arrived at this planet. So when you look at the imparting of the energy into the pool cue, which imparts the energy into the cue ball, which imparts the energy to the object ball. So then the thing that is not seen in this particular picture is who is holding the cue. And so you could say, based on your question, that, you know, because we have this spin and the power and the deflection and all these other circumstances, and then, of course, this is a contrived situation where you have a dead-on shot. The rest of the game has to do with angles and everything. So we forget that there's a guy that's holding the stick. And that is also part of the game. And that person who is holding the stick is making the decisions. So if we look at what we have here on this earth, we have to understand that the rules are the same. The parameters are different. The energy coming to this planet has to have some kind of motivation, some kind of hand, shall we say, behind the stick. So in this case, this is a pool cue to direct the action, as opposed to a spear, which is designed as a weapon. So both have a pointy end and a thick end, and both, you know, require some skill. But one allows you to play games, and the other one, well, the other one's designed for killing. The point I'm trying to make is this. When there's a fire, people react in two ways. One, they run away from it, or they run towards it. This planet has problems. And all of us have run towards it. So that means we could do something about it. And that's the lesson we have to learn. That's a direct answer to your question, Mark.
Right, but when we leave this planet, we don't take the inertia with us, do we? It's not become part of us, even though the soul has its.
No, definitely. No, of course it's become part of us, because the inertia field is a manifestation of our learning process. The inertia field is ingrained in our myelin sheath around all our nerves and becomes a part of our connection and communication.
That's on this planet. That's on this planet. But if we go to another location, we don't bring that same inertia with us. It has its own inertia.
No, of course we do. That is, you know, our what do you call it? That's our profit. That's our profit from being on this planet. It's part of the learning profit. Because before we came to this planet, and if we understand that, you know, we were born as a baby and you didn't remember anything until, you know, several years passed by after you were born. So how were you able to even exist? Because that memory that you had accumulated up until that point in time was ingrained and imparted in your DNA. So then the DNA becomes the blueprint for your manifestation. Okay, so that's the blueprint, but that is not the source of the intention. So the intention, the connection is through the RNA. So the RNA interprets your blueprint in your physicality, and then from there it manifests. So the inertia field of the physicality is amalgamation of the two fields, the RNA field with the DNA field. So the question really is who imparted the energy that manifests the RNA field? It's the one that's holding the stick. And so since we're in matter state, we see ourselves as holding the stick. But the thing is, in this game, we hold the stick and impart the energy, and then the cue balls are just a reflection of our intention. But humanity are not cue balls. But we too reflect the intention. And the primary intention is from the Creator, and the secondary intention is our intention. Because we share that with the Creator, but the Creator doesn't make us just individually special. Each and every one of us is sharing that intention with the Creator. So, you know, the farther we get away from the Creator, then the lower the intensity. Is that what the ratio is? Well, that's the ratio in physicality. But in terms of the plasma, there is no distance and there is no time. And so it becomes instantaneous. So that the connection to the Creator is direct and foremost. It just is a matter of, do we have the skill set to understand how it works and then incorporate it within our physicality? And then you think you'll find that more and more people are starting to utilize that particular skill. Because first of all comes the awareness that we do have the skill. And second of us, we're starting to understand the rules of the game. And so it isn't just you take the cue ball and you hit the object ball and pot the shot. You have to have a little bit of skill, and you have to impart different kinds of energies to get the result that you desire. And right now, the energy that we're getting on this planet is not the energy that we desire. The energy that we have on this planet is the energy that drew us here, because our desire is to correct it. And we can. But we cannot do it with the lowest energy state. We have to do it with a higher energy state, and we have to do it in combination. And as Mr. Keshe said, the reserves are here. To you.
Good. Let's see if anyone else. Thank you, Alex. Let's see if anyone else has a thought or a question or a comment they'd like to raise.
Hello. How are you?
That sounds like
no,
this.
Hello. Thank you. Only say thank you so much for all people in the back during always year, of course, during the future the same. I hope it's the same. Continue growing to elevate the souls for all around the, not only the earth, and around the universal community too. And thank you, because always you give more knowledge, like Alex working all the time with us, weekly with Marx, for example, Randy, many people, Elias, all, I'm sorry, forgot many names, all around the world is working together for contribute for the peace, for contribute, for continue growing the Keshe Foundation. And thank you so much. And I hope the next year is more firm in conclusion to the way to the peace. I think it's better. It's time. It's transition time, but it's time for the peace too. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. And as we've heard, we're all carrying a very small piece of this very large carpet. So we thank everybody, as Mr. Keshe did, for the simple systems you've made and the Ganses you've produced and the other things. It's helped to bring the change and allowed him to operate, I think, with some sort of validity, let's say, that this is just not, again, a cult or some pseudoscience, but this is the real science of creation. And I think we're hitting on it. Thank you, Elizabeth. And more, yes, and more people, when they hear the truth, I think they'll start to gravitate towards it more and more. But as Mr. Keshe said, he's been hidden, so to speak, in plain sight. Not enough people are yet aware of it, but with the new changes and the new technology, I think we're going to see a huge gravitational pull towards the Keshe Foundation for those who want to know or want to find out more about the truth of who they are, and so on and so forth. Yes, it's going to be a very positive year, as Mr. Keshe said, for the vision of 2025. Is there another question or comment or thought anyone would like to bring? It is the holiday time, and hopefully we've realized more and more that all of these different paths of belief have really come out of this idea of Mitraism, or the idea of the soul from probably, as Mr. Keshe indicated, about 8,000 years ago, when man started to find out about his soul and created that room of fire to sort of represent that eternal flame, or the light, as we say. And as the days grow longer, hopefully we become more and more enlightened, which brings an elevation of the soul. Or does the soul elevate first and then you become enlightened? Anyone like to answer that?
Well, I can jump in on that one then, Mark. The enlightenment of the soul, the soul of the man is already enlightened. Soul of the man is directly connected to the Creator.
Can we call it a maturity then?
No, what we have to do, well, yes, maturity is certainly a factor, but well, you know, that's a really good point, because let's face it, when we came to this planet, you know, we came as a baby, and so in order to transmute with the new foundation technology, we would transmute as an adult. So we don't have to transmute as a baby. And then, you know, imagine if you were going from North America to Europe, let's say, and you know, you arrive in France as a baby. That would not be very good. So we have to arrive as an adult. So that maturity I would now have to stand corrected and agree with you. But the point I wanted to bring up is we just assume that there's only one soul. And so the concept of having a second soul, what we call the soul of physicality, and what the spiritual community has often referred to as a spirit, this is not as hard to understand as in the first place. You know, we kind of, if we hear this for the first time, it's very shocking. It was very shocking to find that the soul of the man was within. And I'm speaking from personal experience, because all my life I had no idea where the soul was, because whoever I talked to, you know, well, the soul was somewhere, but you know, we didn't quite know where. But that's okay. We know it's there, but it's somewhere, but we don't know where. And so then we find out what that is, and then we found that there's a second soul, and we said, hey, wait a second, you know, now we're schizophrenic, are we? But then if we find out that how these things work together, then we find out the ratio of the dominance of the two souls. So the ratio of the dominance of the two souls manifests their physicality, but the ratio of the response is dominated by the physical soul. And that's our problem. So we have a feeding balance, but we don't have a feedback balance. We have a feedback domination. And so we are discounting that which is feeding us, which is kind of backwards, right? So we now have to understand that these are the rules. They are within our parameters here, but different energy states have different parameters, but the rules are the same. And the rules are that two fields coming together create an inertia field. And that's what we're discussing. So looking forward to the new year. I want to thank everybody for allowing me to continue to present. And so this is the end of 2024. Wish everybody a happy new year. And we look forward to getting into this subject in more detail, because understanding this duality and understanding that this is a feature of humanity, and it needs to be cultivated, and the skill set needs to be worked on. So looking forward. Back to you.
Okay, anyone else have a question or a thought? You know, I was hearing someone talk about how they weighed the weight loss when somebody passes, and they've done this number of, probably hundreds of times, where they have somebody hooked up on wires and they're on a scale. And when the person expires, let's say, and I guess they get some readings, there's a lot of activity within the brain. And then there's all of a sudden a slight weight drop in a human being, they were saying. And we heard Mr. Keshe talk about this. Apparently, you know, it's been documented. So the soul is definitely within your structure. And I don't know how many grams of weight is happening, but the person I was listening to, they were saying when they did it with the animals and the animal passed away, they never noticed a reduction in the weight. Now, maybe they're simpler souls, but they do have a soul, and we would think there would be some sort of a change in weight, as happens to the soul of the man when it leaves. But I was wondering why, if all souls are equal in a way, even though there are simpler souls, I think, and so on, why would animals not register the same on the weight scale? Anyone want to sort of address that? We know they have a soul, but it doesn't seem to be able to be recorded. Again, I don't know how accurate what I'm telling you is, but we do know definitely within the body of the man, that experiment has been conducted hundreds of times. and coming up with pretty similar results. There's a definite weight loss, but why not with the, let's say, horizontal people? Anyone? Which we refer to the animals. And in the foundation, we call them horizontal people because they move that way.
You know, the only comment that I can make on that subject is that I have no certainty that the measuring equipment is adequate. And I can't reference if that is a true scientific experiment under, you know, proper controlled circumstances. But, you know, there are a lot of questions that are unanswered on this planet. But
so many books need to be opened.
When we look at, you know, how much, you know, we can give our time and attention to, and what we give our time and attention to, we come to the point where we start to realize that some things are more important than others. And when we try and understand how that affects us in practical terms, a lot of us don't have the grace in our lives to be able to devote to either academic research or scientific research or even philosophical research until, as the soldier says, when he's in the trench and the bombs are blowing up all around him, the kind of trauma that they experience if they were to survive that, and how it lingers. You know, you can't possibly describe that in words. And this is one of the reasons so many soldiers have, you know, what we call PTSD. But we learn from these experiences that there are other factors to take into account. And these other factors do affect our life. And that stress that a soldier might feel from the bombs coming around him could be similar to the kind of stress someone could feel on a career path or a family path or a social path or an athletic path. So the stress factors that come into play can affect you in so many different ways, and the amplification can come from so many different directions. And, you know, there's a lot of pressure on, let's say, sports athletes, and it's really hard to be sympathetic for them because the compensation that they get financially is extremely disproportionate to that of the common person. And so someone in a job, for instance, with a family to look after can experience enormous pressure comparable to that of an athlete. But there's a lot of financial pressure. The athlete doesn't have to worry about that because they are well paid. But maybe they don't manage as well. So we see the same thing in careers. We have people who are really well paid, and yet they don't have anything to show for it because they're not good money managers. So they make a lot of money, but they don't have any more money than a poor person. And you wonder why that is. And then the resentment sets in. So all of these factors come into play, and they are all variables. So the point of this answer is that we have to find out what it does for us in a practical sense. and how we can implement that. And when we find that the energy coming from the universe is bountiful and unconditional, and then if we enlist the services of that, it totally changes our outlook. And it's our outlook which becomes the creator. So we then can manifest with more skill. But we have to be truthful, because that manifestation comes from the elevation of our soul of physicality, or the maturity, the elevation through maturity, to recognize that the soul of physicality, the soul of the man, have to work together. And whatever is created is an inertia field. And the rules are the same. Over to you.
Anyone else want to bring a question, a comment, or take exception to what you've heard today, which is no problem at all? I was thinking how, if we can turn this corner on the weapons manufacturing and you start having 1 million people working in this new space program in the dimension of energy, or 2 million or 5 million or 10 million, the amount of knowledge that'll be disseminated across this planet and the elevation of all of us is going to be quite immense, I would think, as people start asking you maybe, how's your soul today? Oh, you're not feeling so well? Well, I know what to do. I'll just send you some fields. And they start working with this new knowledge. And again, moving away from the war and destruction to the elevation and enlightenment of others. I think this is going to be a huge push in the dimension of understanding the process of creation and the creator and the rest. So as I continue to say, our best tool is your actual energies to support this whole process and the elevation of the world leaders, religious leaders, and the others. But can you imagine, with millions of people working in this dimension of the, and of course being sort of guided by the Keshe Foundation in a way on what to look for, or perhaps what to change, or to run certain experiments, the amount of knowledge growth on this planet and understanding ourselves is going to be, I think, at a peak that it's never been before on this planet. As we know from the teachings of the Keshe Foundation, the existence and the location of your soul has been purposely hidden from mankind. It's been orchestrated that way. Yes, Fo, or Alex. I think Fo just wanted to say good night, perhaps. Fo, it's very late in Europe, and we respect you being here, or any of the Europeans that join us. Thank you, Karsten, as well, because it's past 11 as I read it. But is there a comment you wanted to make? And of course, this won't just be in the United States.
Just like you said, I'm going to sleep.
You're going to the land of the lovers. Enjoy.
Yeah, so something like that.
Thank you so much for being here.
Okay. Well, nice being here.
Yes, we appreciate your sharing of the knowledge. And it was nice to see Mosvek appearing as well, although he didn't open his mic. It was nice to feel his fields.
Okay. Well, see you next week.
Thank you, Fo. We appreciate it. We appreciate everyone. Whether you've opened your mic, you haven't opened your mic, as Rick says, the biggest game is just appearing, if you can. And of course, you don't have to appear, as we understand, completely in the matter state. You can also be there on the soul level, which we're all beginning to understand. So, Alex, if the more billiards I play, the deeper I'll understand this knowledge. I'd like to tell my wife that, and maybe she'll allow me to play billiards more often. But yes, I can see there's so many different positions and curves and spins and the way you handle the cue and the rest of it all comes into play. Very nice analogy today.
Well, yeah, because you know, this is the thing. The rules of plasma science and the rules of the skill set you need for playing pool or snooker is the same. And it's just a matter of understanding how to interpret these rules, and obviously there are different tools. But you know the rules are kind of the same, and the same thing happens in soccer, because let's face it, if you hit something, that's your teammate. You want to hit your teammate so that your teammate can keep the ball. If you miss your teammate, then your team will lose the ball, and then the other team will have the ball. So that's not good. But the reward is when you miss the goalie. So as we travel plasmatically and transmute, we are guaranteed to get to the destination safely because of the interaction of the plasmatic fields. There won't be any collisions. This is, you know, in physicality, we have to really work at that. But if we can, well, what is the difference? The difference is when you kick the ball, you are imparting an energy into that ball. But when you have a plasma field, you don't kick it, but you do impart the energy, and that's the difference. And that ball, that energy pack, and that could be just an energy, just a thought, or it could be the transmutation of your entire physical being, would arrive safely. You will not hit any objects on the way. You will get directly to your other target, which is the net, and you will arrive there safely. It's just the basic concept of understanding
Sure.
that, you know, when there's an urgency, you run towards it to resolve it. And when there's a calamity, you run away to seek refuge. And when someone comes with malicious intent, you see the plasma fields stop working. And there is no blockage, there's no physical touch, there's no, you know, stepping on the brakes. The plasma fields just stop rotating. And this is the lessons that we have to learn. And we don't see that in the physical context so much. But, you know, we see in our society so many broken marriages. We see brothers fighting. We see friends become enemies, and so on. And we see a lot of people who are working to achieve that. And they think that makes them successful. And so their creation of their success is based on destroying you. That not only doesn't make sense, but more importantly, it violates universal laws. And we're going to have a harsh lesson taught to us very shortly. So on that note, I'm going to pass it back to you.
Okay. Okay. As you said, with the the prejudice of the, did you say the elements? So what happens when we go to hundreds of different elements? Does that mean we're going to increase the, you talked about the table of prejudice, I think, earlier. Maybe you just want to, if we open up more elements, obviously they're there. It's just we haven't found them yet. And I think this will go with emotion. But how is this prejudice, the table of prejudice?
Well, the table of prejudice is very simple in that something is always something, and it's always something as opposed to being something else. So the creation energy is common to all. So the fundamental construct of each of these elements is the same. And this is what I'm saying. It just like, you know, it just like the color of the skin or the difference in the animals. You look at plankton. You look at whales. Talk about a difference in size. But, you know, the way we understood it from the false science, you know, had to do with our trophic categories where the bigger ate the smaller. It only stands to reason that the big guy can, you know, put the smaller in his mouth. But, you know, we're so smart, we take the big guy and we cut it up so that we can cut it up into small pieces so that we can put it in our mouth. But, you know, it seems like the whale is the smartest. You know, he just opens his mouth and he swallows everything. But they don't go after, you know, the next on the food chain. They go, you know, right to the most important. And the most important is the plankton. And why is that? Because of the extremely high surface to volume ratio that it has an extremely high negative charge, which the whale needs because it's extremely gravitational. It is the biggest gravitational thing living on this planet. So it really needs a lot. And the small tidbits it gets from sardines and stuff like that isn't cutting it. It needs more energy. So it's not interested in the physical size. It's interested in the energy transfer. Smart whales, very smart. But, you know, we're smarter. So we should be able to do more. But, you know, we've abdicated that responsibility to others, assuming that they would have the same responsibility that we have. And we find that they don't, and they disappoint us. And so the only thing that's constant is disappointment. So if you can't trust, you know, to have someone look after things, then you kind of have to do it yourself. And it's not that you want to be the micromanager. It's that you want to be the manager, but you want to be more of yourself. And so what you do is you enlist the services of other force fields that are like-minded. And as they come together, well, now you have growth. So, and then you have teamwork. And this is how we're working. So we're a team of 8 billion people. And we have some who are not very good teammates. But most of us have, and I mean the majority of the most of us have good intentions. And so we need to cultivate that more. And that's our goal for the new year. So I'm going to pass the mic over to you and the screen and everything. Thanks so much, Mark, for everything that you've done.
All of us. As we say, we're more or less cheering on and dabbling in the science a little bit. Hopefully we'll see more work in this area of the lab and trying to do a few things. But as I said, the technology is waiting for you in the Keshe Foundation store. Would anyone else like to make a comment or ask a question before I play the final disclaimer?
Alex, little
Yes,
word.
please.
Please continue working with and send energy to Mr. Keshe for recovering the health.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, for equilibrate the health and protect your physicality too, because it's time for Mr. Keshe need stay very strong, and your physicality too. Thank you so much.
Yes, I think he's developing a surprise for all of us, as was announced by the Brazilian team in a way. As he said, he lets conditions go to the extreme before he addresses them and tests everything on himself before we get it. So perhaps this is one of those times where, again, what is about to appear will be sort of neutralized or balanced out within those who understand what to do with it, if I could be so cryptic as that. Any other thoughts or comments before we close? Alex, I'll take the screen. I'm going to play the final disclaimer, and the meeting will come to an end. And thank you all, as Elizabeth said, for all the work you've done in the past year and all the work you'll be doing in the following year. And hopefully we don't look at it as work, but enlightenment of ourselves and enlightenment and elevation of the others. As Mr. Keshe indicated, even if the others do better than you or elevate above you, it's not a problem. So we need to look at things along that line. Yes, let's see, somebody put something in the chat. Thank you very much, Mark, Alex, and everyone. We wish a wonderful new year. Yes, thank you, Jefferson. New Year's Eve and 2025 plasmatic fulfillment to all. Yes, I think this is the direction, as I said, it appears, and to the Keshe Foundation as well, that things are coming together in a beautiful way. But we'll have to see. And we don't take anything, I think, for granted. It will be delivered, and hopefully it'll be delivered in this cycle, and we won't have to wait for another grand opportunity for things to come together to, again, have that chance to bring in the change for 2025. So continue to use your energies to support the process. Join on a regular basis as you choose, of course, and extend that to more often if you can. And it's all working in this dimension of energy to bring the change, our true nature. Thank you all, and I'll play the final disclaimer if no one has any further comments or questions, and the meeting will come to an end. Hopefully the disclaimer will play. Let me just bring it up here, and we'll close with the beautiful disclaimer. Thank you all again. Have a great 2025, and continue to wish and support all the work that's being done by all the citizens on this planet for peace. And again, that's just the next step, and starting to work with the universal community. As he said, the conditions are being created for them to start manifesting themselves here. And perhaps that's what we're seeing with these ships. I'm not sure, but as Mr. Keshe said, the old souls are coming back. Other souls are coming back to welcome the birth of the new child and this planet coming in. So instead of seeing one or two, you may start to see tens and thousands of these craft, again, coming to this party that's being set by the Keshe Foundation in a way, in conjunction with the knowledge seekers and as well as the universal community. Thank you all. Have an amazing rest of your day, and continue to unravel this beautiful knowledge. Let's make sure we're sharing the disclaimer properly, and let's play it. Thank you all.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.